Muy feliz viernes. Güey, es viernes, lo logramos. Llegamos al viernes. Espero estén teniendo un excelente día, una excelente mañana, que hayan descansado mucho más que yo, porque me desperté a la 1:30. Dios me bendiga a tradear. Así es, por enfermo degenerado. No deban de hacerlo en casa, ¿ok? No se lo recomiendo. Vamos a platicar rápido de la inflación, por supuesto. De por qué está bajando, nos dieron el número de PPI el día de hoy. Además, a cierto punto, Kashkari va a salir que es un miembro de la Fed a decir algo hoy, por lo que sabemos que va a haber manipulación de mercado el día de hoy. Bueno, todos los días, ¿no? Ya nos tocó la potente manipulación de mercado de Trump. Tengo que decir qué tiempos tan divertidos estamos viviendo. Es una locura, pero ¿saben qué? Dentro de toda la locura está muy divertido. Cosas que quiero rápido decirles a todos ustedes. Una, he dejado de ver las noticias y no tanto estar en internet, pero me ha ayudado muchísimo. Me la he pasado muy bien. Honestamente, creo que te das cuenta de que todas las cosas están mucho mejor de lo que todo el mundo te pinta en línea y se lo recomiendo a todo el mundo que pueda darse una vuelta. Yo sé que todos pensarían, güey, pero entonces, ¿cómo me voy a enterar de lo que está pasando, etcétera? Si sigues, yo sigo, por ejemplo, escuchando podcasts, viendo videos de mis creadores favoritos. A mí en realidad me gusta más lo que es formato largo y me gustan cosas interesantes, ¿no? Entonces me gusta escuchar cosas de estupideces que nadie se imagina. Es lo que me gusta. Y dentro de todas esas conversaciones, todo el mundo habla de lo que le importa y lo que está pasando y lo que está en tendencia. Y eso personalmente me ayuda mucho a entender qué es lo que está pasando. Si algo me interesa, lo busco y es como recibo toda mi información. Me encanta, se lo recomiendo muchísimo. Otra cosa que les tengo que preguntar a todos ustedes, por favor, díganme en el chat también. Voy a un lugar a fumar juca bastante. ¿Ok? Me encanta. Yo sé, todo el mundo es muy malo para ti. Hey, ya tengo esposa. ¿Ok? Me lo recuerdan diario. Y, y lo aprecio muchísimo. Obviamente, pues voy en mi coche y hay gente que ve mi coche y viene a saludar. De huevos. Siempre, güey, encantado de la vida y sobre todo cuando la gente es súper buen pedo, me mama. Pero voy a ese lugar para que nadie me hable, para no hablar con nadie, porque estoy en mi casa todo el día, mi mujer me quiere asesinar, o sea, ya me metió a jugar golf, ya me metió a diferentes actividades para deshacerse de mí un rato. Entonces entiendan, voy a este lugar para estar en otro lado, solito, pongo mis audífonos, no quiero escuchar a nadie, ¿ok? Y hay un cabrón que vino gente a tomarse una foto conmigo y no sé qué. Un cabrón lo vio, me imagino que me buscó y digo, ya habíamos estado platicando, ¿no? Como normal, estás en un lugar, es de, esto, el otro y ya, hasta ahí, hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien, órale. Y ahora no deja este güey de picharme ideas de negocios. Y le dije, o sea, no crean que no, porque soy una de las personas más directas que tiene bastantes problemas en la sociedad moderna. Cuando le dices a alguien, honestamente no estoy interesado en absolutamente nada de eso, ¿no? Y le dije, si tienes un negocio que ya está haciendo dinero y lo que quieres hacer es expandirlo, hablemos. Pero si me estás contando ideas y que vas a hacer eso, no me interesa. Güey, me escribe, me manda mensajes, me dice, ¿vas a venir hoy? Me está cazando todo el día. Ya la cagué, ¿verdad? Ya la cagué. Me tengo que ir a otro restaurante, ¿sí o no? Alguien, por favor, si tienen opiniones, díganme, ¿me tengo que ir a otro restaurante, sí o no? Otra cosa, rápido antes de hablar de Pepe, y discúlpenme que se las esté haciendo larga, esto no es un nadie me preguntó, así que perdón, y acabo de ver a Santi preguntándome si voy a hacer más nadie me preguntó. Lo voy a hacer, voy a hacerlo. He estado pensando muchísimo en qué es exactamente lo que quiero hacer. Ahora he estado muy contento con todo lo que estoy haciendo en mi vida y con como honestamente las cosas están en todo sentido. Estoy muy contento y estar fuera de redes sociales me mama, me mama. Creo que en estos momentos todo cambió. Donde antes éramos pocos y los raros que estábamos en ellas, y era cool, porque era de, güey, esos güeyes son diferentes a los demás, yo quiero ser como ellos, o tal vez solamente quiero ser famoso, ¿no? Que es la idea de mucha gente. Y de ahí, todo el mundo ya tiene sus microfonitos, ¿no? Hola, ¿qué tal? Te voy a decir cómo desaparece. Y todo el mundo es un experto en algo que es brutal, sobre todo gente que tiene 21 años, 17 años, impresionantes, con sus microfonitos. Ahora han destruido todo. Destruyeron las marcas, por ejemplo. Me gustaba comprarme relojes mamalones, me gustaba comprarme ropa mamalona, me gustaba tener coches mamalones. Y ahorita es como a mí personalmente ya me da pena porque es de todos los güeyes que te quieren vender un curso o un coaching, ¿no? Coaching, que es lo cabrón. Y ahí le estoy diciendo eso del curso, yo vendiendo cursos, felicidades a mí. Todos estos güeyes que hacen coaching, todos, ¿no? ¿Qué es coaching? ¿Qué es coaching para empezar? ¿Cómo es que hay un güey que tiene un puto negocio y que de la nada dijo, ¿sabes qué? Le voy a decir a otra gente cómo manejar sus negocios que no tienen nada que ver con el mío. Para cualquier persona que haya hecho más de un negocio, abierto más de un negocio, haber operado más de un negocio, sabe que eso es literalmente casi imposible, a menos de que esa persona sea un superdotado. Todo el mundo lo está haciendo. Entonces, toda esta gente se ha comprado coches chidos, relojes chidos, playeras chidas, y las han quemado. Las han quemado. Ya el interés da pena. Da pena. Eso es un problema muy grande al que me estoy enfrentando estos días. Que fuimos a cenar anoche y me estaba preguntando una amiga, Belén trajo una amiga a cenar y me estaba preguntando, oye, ¿por qué no te trajiste el McLaren? Le digo, para empezar, no cabemos, tía, y me da pena ya. Y me dice, ¿cómo que te da pena? Y le conté esta historia. Me está diciendo, entiendo perfecto lo que dices. Pasa lo mismo con las bolsas de las mujeres, ¿no? Y yo, ok, pues, me imagino está pasando en todos lados. Así que lo que quiero decir con esto es, está de la verga todo en línea, felicidades. Ahora, el más grande flex en la vida y para lo que todos ustedes tienen que luchar por, literalmente, es no estar en redes sociales. Una belleza. No estoy diciendo que nunca estés en redes sociales, pero hay dos tipos de personas que son nefastas. La persona que siempre está en el teléfono cuando estás hablando con ella, ¿no? Y justificas que estoy muy ocupado. No quiero verte entonces, güey. Podemos escribirnos porque me contestas mejor y mínimo me imagino que me estás poniendo atención. Cuando estás acá y estás sentado en tu teléfono, ajá. No mames, güey, ¿en serio? ¿Eh? ¿No? Esos güeyes. Y esto me ha quitado bastantes amigos. No me ha quitado bastantes amigos. Nada más no los voy a ver más. Qué hueva. No hay nada peor en este planeta que alguien que está contigo pero no está contigo. Esa es una. Y la otra, los güeyes que toda su puta vida tienen que ser redes sociales. Por el amor de Dios. Por el puto amor de Dios. Que van a todos lados. Están grabando todo el puto día. Que voy a hacer ejercicio. Y no solamente tú te estás grabando. Estás con tu familia, grabándote a tu familia, grabándote a ti. Ellos te están grabando y están editando cosas. Todo el mundo ya tiene más editores que yo. Es una locura. Vivan en la realidad, por el amor de Dios. Disfrútenla. Es hermosa. Es hermosa, honestamente, es muy divertida. Yo creo que también eventualmente todos vamos a llegar a esta realización como literalmente la pasada, pero eso es irrelevante. En fin, vamos a platicar de inflación porque inflación está en tendencia, damas y caballeros. He disfrutado muchísimo ir a X y preguntarle a la gente, oigan, ustedes que son expertos en aranceles, ¿me podrían decir por qué esto está pasando? Y todo el mundo me contesta honestamente que también soy un pendejo. Eso es lo que me divierte a mis 40 años. Discúlpenme, no lo disfruto tanto como ustedes creerían. Pero ahí les va esto. Les voy a compartir mi pantalla rapidísimo. Ay, güey, se me olvidó mandarle el enlace a Farhan y Alex, güey. Estoy en el culo. Ay, güey, no. Feliz viernes. Oigan, feliz viernes, feliz viernes, feliz viernes. Me preguntas, Jano, de Lucid. Honestamente, me gusta todo lo que está pasando con Lucid bastante ahorita. Estoy investigando más, pero me gusta bastante lo que está pasando, honestamente, con Lucid. No les voy a decir mentiras. Ya saben, hablo mierda de algo y si lo arreglan, me volteo y digo, lo arreglaron, güey, como Ferrari. Aquí está. Zero Hedge, lo pueden ver ahí, ¿no? Zero Hedge, PPI, month over month, que es Producer Price Index, que es el precio de los productores, básicamente, menos 0.4%. ¿Qué estaban esperando? 0.2% de inflación. ¿Qué recibieron? Menos 0.4%. Eso quiere decir que precios bajaron. Desinflación. PPI Core, ¿no? Que es lo mismo, pero excluyendo los más volátiles. Menos 0.1, menos 0.01, que estaban esperando 3.3% positivo. Eso quiere decir también negativo. PPI 2.7, el year over year, el año a año llegó en 2.7, esperaban 3.3 Y lo mismo con le quitas la volatilidad 3.3 y esperaban 3.6%. Ahora, perdón, ahí tengo mi comentario. A ver, expertos en tarifa en los aranceles, díganme por qué. Esto es muy divertido. ¿Por qué estos números son negativos? Ya este es un ejercicio para todos ustedes también, para que nos divirtamos un poco juntos, porque he dicho lo mismo todos estos videos y una vez más, yo estoy en la postura en la que estoy y lo he estado desde diciembre. Entonces, para mí todo esto es viejo, pero para todo el mundo les está volando la cabeza y todavía no pasa. Entonces, no quiero, me siento muy repetido y lo siento muchísimo. Sé que me estoy repitiendo muchísimo y les juro que no es por viejo, es que nada más está pasando. Expertos en tarifas, díganme por qué este número es más lento. La economía está alentándose. Este güey está en lo correcto. Pero todos los expertos en tarifas me dijeron que la inflación iba a llegar y pero una economía que se está alentando no puede tener inflación. Luego, este güey viene y se caga en su propio comentario, que no lo voy a enseñar, no se trata de eso. Luego, este güey, porque los números representan actividad económica antes de las tarifas. Y ahora, si le preguntas a cualquier experto en CNN, ¿no? O en Fox, o en CNBC, o alguien que haya visto un video de YouTube, te van a decir que en realidad lo que está pasando, lo que estamos viviendo con estas tarifas tan potentes, es que el mercado tiene que adelantarse. Tienes que pensarlo, ¿no? La razón por la que vamos a tener inflación y que todo el mundo te dice inflación, 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 que es mentira, es porque, pues, güey, piénsalo, si yo tengo un negocio, yo sé que Donald Trump iba a entrar al poder. Yo sé que Donald Trump va a poner aranceles porque lo dijo toda su puta campaña. Empezó a hablar de aranceles en cuanto llegó a la presidencia. Y me estás diciendo que ningún negocio se ha volteado y ha dicho, güey, voy a subir mis precios ahorita antes de que me peguen los aranceles para después. No, 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 no. Ahora la historia es, porque esta actividad económica fue antes de los aranceles. Los aranceles todavía no pegan. No caigan en estupideces. No caigan en estupideces. A la Reserva Federal le valió verga, pero, y perdón que lo diga, enterita, completita y cabezona. Le valió verga entera la inflación en el 2020. Al punto que cuando empezamos a ver el CPI subir, como loco, dijeron, hey, tranquilos, no tenemos que reaccionar. Y se esperaron 8 sesiones o 7 para empezar a subir tipos. La dejaron correr. Y yo sé, todo el mundo va a decir, pero es que les estaban equivocando, era transitoria. Lo bueno es que han aprendido sus lecciones y ahora están previniendo, diciéndole a todo el mundo que va a subir la inflación. Ahora con los aranceles. Les están viendo la cara de tontos. Desinflación es lo primero. Desinflación es lo primero que pasa y después deflación. Me preguntaban en X, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Porque no me sé expresar muy bien, lo siento. Esto es lo que dije, desinflación es primero y después deflación. Desinflación es lo que estamos viendo acá, donde el número de inflación deja de subir, se queda neutral o negativo, ¿ok? En total, porque todavía, por más que hayamos tenido un número negativo, el año a año sigue positivo. Entonces, desinflación es llegar a ese número a cero, que ya no estás teniendo más inflación nueva en el sistema. Eso es llegar a cero. Eso no quiere decir que la inflación bajó, eso es que los precios cuando llegues a cero se quedan tal cual. Y luego viene deflación. Deflación es negativa. Cuando el número año a año empieza a ser negativo y empieza a bajar, cuando lo ves en menos 1%, los precios están bajando. Una vez más, a todos les dijeron, es, es una de mis cosas favoritas que repetir, a todos les dijeron que las empresas por avaras y codiciosas subieron los precios en el 2021. Así es, damas y caballeros, una vez más, recuerden, por 100 años, todas estas empresas que cotizan en la bolsa, nunca se les había ocurrido subir precios, pero en el 2020 se pusieron de acuerdo y dijeron, güey, hay que subir los precios. Y eso fue lo que causó inflación. No que hayamos impreso con el tratado de antiinflación 7 trillones de dólares. No, 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 no. Por favor, tiene nada que ver. ¿Ok? Vamos a ese territorio. Eso quiere decir que vamos a entrar en una recesión. Eso quiere decir que lo que he estado diciendo, que Argentina, el modelo ese, es lo que está pasando. Cualquier otra cosa que te cuenten, y ahí te va. En este momento, para cerrar, antes de ir con Alex y Farhan, que ya están acá, para cerrar esto, se las voy a dejar sencilla a todos ustedes. El dólar en este momento, el índice del dólar, y pueden ver la fuerza relativa, pero el índice del dólar ha bajado cabrón. Y ahora todo el mundo está hablando del dólar y el dólar yéndose a la mierda. Esto es el equivalente, apúntenlo, por favor, para hacerme clips cuando me equivoque, porque no he visto muchos. Apúntenlo. Esto, cuando todo el mundo está, el dólar está roto, se acabó el dólar, el dominio del dólar. El dólar es la base de toda la puta economía mundial. No importa lo que te digan, no importa quién esté vendiendo, no importa qué estén haciendo. China no se va a voltear y vender $1 trillón en deuda, bla, bla, bla. Todas esas estupideces que les están contando no es cierto. Y esto es lo que va a pasar, porque esto es justo donde debemos estar. Lo que va a pasar es todo el mundo ahorita va a continuar corriendo con esa narrativa. El dólar va a tener el rebote más fuerte de toda su historia, que es lo que pasa normalmente. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó la última vez que dijeron que Bitcoin se iba a cero? Hasta el cielo, ¿no? Y ahorita va a salir alguien, ¡ah, tú dijiste eso hace 3 años! 3 años, aprendí mi lección, por eso te estoy diciendo ahorita de esto. Porque aprendí. Y también la otra cosa que todo el mundo está apuntando a es el retorno del bono a 10 años de Estados Unidos. Hombre, va a seguir subiendo esto. Ya cuando todos los economistas piteros hablan del bono a 10 años, lo único que falta para que sea tope es que lleven al güey a las noticias, llevan a varios economistas a noticias, a Fox, a CNBC, en publicaciones New York Times y cosas así, y empiezan a decir, el bono a 10 años va a subir a altos históricos. Ese es el tope. Este es el tope. Esta es la última oferta de ese tipo de deuda para todo el mundo que la quiere comprar. Se acabó. Este es el trade grande de la historia pasando enfrente de tus ojos. Para fin de año vas a tener un dólar por ahí del 114, 120. Apúntalo, el DXY. Y vas a tener los bonos yendo para abajo. Esto no tiene nada que ver con la Reserva Federal bajando o subiendo tipos, nada, nada. Pero la gente te va a continuar diciendo eso, es una estupidez. Y es por eso que es importante entender y dejar de ver todas estas estupideces, porque lo único que están haciendo es toreándonos. Ahora, si lo están haciendo para disfrutar de la volatilidad, disfruten la volatilidad, es muy divertida. Me encanta la volatilidad, le tengo que decir, un mundo sin volatilidad no es un mundo, pero bueno. Vamos a empezar, damas y caballeros. Pero para todos los que quieren aprender a tradear en esta volatilidad, que es el mejor mundo, les tengo que decir esto. La manera más sencilla de hacerlo es, hacemos esto por 4 horas, cabrones, 3 veces a la semana. Cáiganle. Si no entiendes cosas, conceptos, etcétera, porque es bastante fácil, honestamente, con estos cracks, ¿no? Olvídense de lo que yo digo, pero estos cracks saben lo que están haciendo. Con estos cracks diciéndonos qué es lo que están haciendo, etcétera, es muy fácil seguirlo. Si no entiendes todos los términos, tenemos nuestro Discord. En nuestro Discord, acá van a poder ver absolutamente todo. Un segundo, déjenme quito esto que voy a ventanear un par de amigos. En el Discord que tenemos literalmente todo lo que necesiten. Tienen acá los análisis de Alex. Alex dice, güey, compra acá, vende allá también. Igual Farhan, siempre recomendando, checa esto, checa el otro. Tenemos nuestro chat general donde hay muchos más traders también, donde, donde puedes también apoyarte, escuchar diferentes puntos de vista, etcétera, en lo que traes a la mesa. También vengan a compartir sus ganancias, sus pérdidas con nosotros. Güey, bien. Bien, es a lo que voy. Tenemos una excelente comunidad, una de las comunidades que más varo está haciendo, mitigando nuestro riesgo, etcétera. Esto es completamente gratis. El enlace está en la parte de abajo, en X. Ahorita lo voy a ir a poner, que siempre se me olvida, discúlpenme, pero aquí está. Y también cáiganle acá si tienen preguntas de cualquier enlace que necesiten oficial para nosotros, porque aquí hay diferentes promociones. Lo tenemos y también tenemos Crypto Lingo para todos ustedes. Acá, por si hay términos que no entienden, todo esto es gratis, cabrón. Todo esto es gratis. Al mismo tiempo, caigan a nuestro sitio web. Si quieres aprender cómo tradear futuros gratis, lo mismo. Te metes en Tutos, pones el sitio en español, si no es How To's. Te metes en Tutos, ya les vamos a trepar el video de BTCC acá. Y es como tradear en Bluffing. Este es un exchange de futuros que es donde hacemos cortos, donde hacemos longs, ¿no? Shorts, longs, cortos, largos. Y en 5 minutos aprendes cómo fondearlo, cómo mandar el dinero ahí, cómo hacer un corto, cómo abrirlo. Y tienes la página de Bluffing acá, el enlace directo para que participes en todo y que no te vean la cara de tonto. Ahí lo tenemos. Y también les tengo que recomendar, si están en el sitio web y no entienden todo, güey, vean el curso, cuesta $29. Literalmente le pusimos el precio más pendejo del mundo para que la gente lo viera de verdad y aprendiera y lo tomara como algo de valor. Toma 1 hora 40 minutos y todo está bien seccionado para todos ustedes. Y ahí tienen nuestras alertas. Es bien fácil, honestamente, hacer esto. No tienes que ser un experto porque estos güeyes están mandando setups de trades como enfermos todo el tiempo. Simplemente. Y de nuevo, muchas cosas gratis. No tienes que comprar nada, tío. Vale, alrighty, boys, good. Fucking guten Tag. Guten Tag, guten Tag.
Gutenberg.
Buenos dias, muchachos.
How are you, boys?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good. I haven't checked the price of anything right now, so I don't know how I'm doing, to be honest with you.
I'm
Yeah.
waiting for BTCC to stop up. What do you call it? Refreshing, so I can place along.
Oh, along. Along.
Yep,
We're going long. Oh, I see why. Okay, I'm looking at the price right now.
we're going a little
Interesting.
retarded right now.
Yeah.
Let's hope it plays
Inter-
out.
I hope so. I hope
And
so.
we're in.
Yesterday was interesting. Nice. Well done, sir. Let's start with the Bitcoin price, just so we can get it
Yeah.
out of the way,
Let's
and
get
let's
that one
move
out of
on
the
from
way.
there. Let's do
Yeah,
it,
I think,
Bitcoin.
in my personal opinion, and I'm gonna just be, I was running today with 6 Bitcoin short. I took my stop by 10 cents, and well, now we're going down. So I think I was the sacrificial lamb again. I'm still not convinced that we're gonna go up. And I will share why, and it will change today, but in my opinion, I just think that there's too much leverage on the long end, and it would be too easy to go up. But, I couldn't be gladly wrong. But, currently, I mean, Larry Fink just came out and said he actually thinks we're currently in a recession. Can't imagine Bitcoin does well in a recessionary environment. Could be wrong on that though. I'm slightly annoyed. I'm just going to be frank with everyone. I had a 6 Bitcoin short at 80, like 3,000, and it took my stop at 83, like 215. So not feeling too good because I would have been up like 6 grand right now, but doesn't change the plan at all. It doesn't change the plan. That was the shorts I opened this morning. Still have the shorts I opened yesterday on Bitcoin, slightly red. Um, but today's gonna be a pivotal day. The next 4 hours actually is gonna be quite pivotal for us. What we don't want to see on Bitcoin is specifically Tether dominance lose this zone. I have to go on the bias that today's gonna be a bearish day because of where we're at on Tether dominance. I mean, we still are putting in technically higher lows. We still have technically a support retest. And I mean, we haven't really lost this zone. You have to think of it like this. We lost support. We reclaimed it. We've now come all the way back and retested it. So, I have to look at that as an interesting point. You have a lot of leverage longs in the market now. And you have people like me out that knew that have a bias that today's going to be bearish, but on that run up above 83.2, it took my stop by like 20 cents. Very, very annoying how that happens, but that's just how it goes in this game sometimes. So ideally, we see this zone hold. I mean, visually, you can see how important this zone is. I mean, once we lost it in March, this led us down all the way to the 34. So how I'm deciphering this is, yeah, we start closing dailies under 5.56%. This is really going to start looking like Bitcoin is going to start pushing up to 88,000, in my opinion. Until then, I have to really be gauging the next 4 hours and the next daily very closely. Next 4 hours is because what you'll notice on this 4 hour is, we essentially are holding that 4 hour EMA 100 now. And it's lining up really easily with our support line. Lose that, you'll get a move all the way back down to that SMA 200 on the 4 hour, which is right around 5.42%. And if you're even looking at this in a range, lose the bottom of support, takes you to the bottom of this range at 5.4%. So, you should be looking at this zone as a bear, as kind of like the short zone, if this is actually going to hold. This zone here is the place to start shorting if you are on the bias that Bitcoin is bearish and stocks are bearish and the bottom's not in my opinion. Now, if you're bullish, this is the spot where you're now betting on this breakdown. This is the spot where you want to start longing, because if you do start breaking down here and losing specifically that 4 hour EMA 100, you're going to start seeing a fast move down. I mean, we've seen this before. You lose the 4 hour EMA 100, you reject it, you get a very fast move down. So here, if you lose this on top of this major support zone, you're going to get a fast move all the way back down to 5.4%. And that would be like a 2 to 3% move possibly in one day. Until then, though, I do have to just gauge this zone as still being support. Buyers have been stepping in. On this 4 hour, we did, kind of take out, like I said, all of the shorts that, we're shorting before New York Open. It's always the tricky thing I've noticed is, we'll slow bleed down. And then in New York, we tend to kind of like get these major liquidity grabs that then kind of like set the tone for the day on trapping bulls. I mean, that's just kind of been what's been happening the past few days. I know this because it's been taking my stops out. Did this yesterday too, where it took my stops out. The shorts I opened pre-open New York session, and then we get the lit grab, takes my stop, and then we nuke. And so I'm just really tired of being the sacrificial lamb here. But if it needs to be done, it needs to be done. Well, anything for the Bears. No, but that's just positioning and timing on my part. And that is something I'll mentally note is, New York has been giving shorts the easy opportunity. And I'll explain that right here. You push up. You see here on that 4 hour, we didn't really hit the SMA 200. And I'm always like questioning if you should use these on lower time frames. Technically, you shouldn't, but it does kind of work well right now in the range we're in. It's just been a big rejection zone. So that's why for me, it's like Tether dominance is at major support. Bitcoin's at major resistance. People are kind of going long here. I'm stopped out of my longs I opened my shorts I opened this morning, but still short overall. And I really do think that Bitcoin is either going to, in my opinion, we're either going to break out of here and squeeze up to the like 87s, or this will be some kind of top zone here. And what we're going to do is we're going to start moving down to this zone, the green line. You're going to take out all the bull hopium that, we're longing, we're in an uptrend. And you're just going to come all the way down, take these stops, ruin the morale of bulls, form a bottom here, and then go up. That to me would make a lot of sense. And, we do have the witch setup firing off tomorrow. Technically speaking, if this bull moon prints tomorrow, what we could
I'm sorry,
see,
can you explain what the witch setup is? Because I saw you guys were sharing, and I saw that Farhan was showing his sweet girlfriend about it, but I don't know anything about it. This is fucking amazing. Thank you.
yeah. So you get bear moons and bull moons. Usually I'm not an astrology guy unless, well, I won't say that, but usually I'm not an astrology guy. But
I know what you were gonna say.
I'm not gonna say that. I have people
What a
watching.
degenerate.
Never mind. I can be though. I'll just say that. I'm not an astrology guy. I'm not a crystal guy person. But when it comes to this, it does work. And so we call this the witch setup because it just reminds me of those like astrology girls. But it works. And what's the hit rate? It's like 76% or something.
78.
Oh, even more. 78%, where
Great.
you simply just short on the bear moon, you have a 78% chance of this trade hitting. Every 100 trades you open, 78 will work. That's not really bad hit rate at all, honestly. That's actually better than some people's systems on crypto Twitter. So that's why, you really shouldn't disregard this with that kind of hit rate. And my point being, we had this bear moon, we went down. And that was easy, and that was a coincidence. That was nice. And by the way, when these do end up failing, here we had a bull moon. Would you count this as a failure, Farn?
Yeah. Not really a failure because it was minimal gains, but not what you would expect.
Yeah, it's like when these generally do fail, like and this went up 3%. You'll get the move down to the downside essentially, and then you can see we ended up going down 18% after that failure. Pumped up 3%, but resistance held down 18%. Point being that we are going to get a bull moon technically tomorrow, I think. So it's like, is this actually the bottom zone? Like, is this it? Like, should we not be scaling shorts in here? Should we be looking for longs in preparation for that? Possibly. Or, in my opinion, I just feel like what we could see is, this rolling over resistance holds here. We just come down aggressively today, take out the stops, get a bounce, bull moon prints, and then we can move up. Now, that's just nothing based on just we're at resistance, tether dominance is at support. Yes, we have a witch setup brewing, but also a lot of people trade these clearly. So, it's like these can fail, and they don't have to be so straightforward. Now, we definitely could front run it, and that's why if you start seeing like daily closures above 84,000, yeah, I'm gonna be wrong on this immediate dump, and actually, it's gonna look like we're going to test that daily EMA 100, a situation I talked about on Monday, which is still on the cards technically, but we just can't disregard where we're at, and we can't disregard daily trend. We are still in a daily downtrend. Getting back above here would really flip this daily downtrend up. And that's why you have to kind of question this 88,000 scenario, just simply based on trend is always key. You saying that 88,000 is next disregards the fact that this could be the next lower high right under resistance. And that's why I don't want to do that. That's why I've been personally scaling shorts here, because, I just find it odd how like bulls haven't gotten us above this zone. How we're now seeing kind of open interest scale up on the long side. Price is kind of being pretty predatory, but on top of it all, on top of everything else, right? It's like I have to gauge ES1 now. It was like 2022. The play was you gauge Dixie, and that'll kind of guide your trades for 2022 for the day. Dixie looks bullish, markets are probably going to dump. Dixie's bearish, markets are going to pump. Now what we're seeing is, well, that's not really working, so I'm not really looking at Dixie anymore. I'll be frank with you. This correlation will come back, but I'm not really looking at that yet. And I'm more looking at ES1, in my opinion. ES1 has kind of like, it's been kind of guiding us. Like, when ES1's looking bearish, Bitcoin's turning bearish and so forth. And what do you have on ES1 here? Well, you have technically, you're right under resistance, and you're actually clinging on to a cliff, and you actually have lower highs here. So, I will just say this: Bitcoin's an easier short compared to alts, but in my opinion, ES1 has just been free money so far. You lose one zone, you just dump to the next. Then you lose one zone, you just often dump to the next. For me, this will line up with Bitcoin going to 74s, and I have to kind of be cautious here because ES1's not really getting it up. It's really not. And, you have to think like this. If markets reacted the way they did because Larry thinks that Bitcoin ETF is going to happen and they're falling for one, why wouldn't we dump if he's saying that we're in a recession? Is that not pretty bad? Or are we saying recessions are good now, boys? I'm confused.
Well, if the news say so, they are good.
Price seems like they're good, but I'm just have to look at this like, he is very smart, and markets do care what he has to say. He just said he thinks we're in a recession.
What about the scenario where everybody shorts because he says we're in a recession?
And that's true. That is true. But then that's why we also are getting this price action, I believe, where we're kind of just itching up. But that is true. That is the bull flip side there as well. What if motherfuckers are shorting that, and we've already kind of priced that in, and that's why we've already nuked, and now we're gonna slow grind up. Very, very, very well could happen. It could. Let me check 08 real quick. So this is like 2008. In my opinion, you're in a similar spot here, just based on the chart, nothing else, nothing based on news. You're just in a similar spot here, in my opinion. It's like what you'll notice is like you had that liquidity grab down, you hit that weekly SMA 200, you had a nice move up. What you'll notice is here we got caught by the weekly 9, came back down. This SFP here led us higher. And then it was like once you lost that SMA 200 on the weekly, it was cooked. That was the short trigger. When I see something like this, I have to mentally note that for when that does occur. Why am I saying this kind of looks similar? It's just simply based on where we're at. Let me just go all the way up here. We're like almost there. So, we haven't hit it. We had a very nice bounce across the board. Markets could be front running it. This week on ES1 is going to be important. You get back above that weekly EMA 100. Okay. Maybe, maybe people did overshort this. Maybe we are going to go up now. I mean, you can't disregard that the last time we deviated the weekly EMA 100 was a major bottom. So you can have chop, of course, but to fit my bias, I'll just look at the one that actually confirmed the bottom. So, because you can have chop, and this still led you up from that point. 1% came down 2% from that point, 5%, but it didn't hold it here. So you would have looked at the 34 though. And then here, let's see, 2.67%. So at minimum, even you get moves up 5% once this gets reclaimed. 2%. So I mean that is just an interesting point, but we are technically around it, and we know that 5300 on ES1's big resistance. So like my point being that we're at a pretty important spot today. The same thing that I was getting, the same vibes essentially that I was getting yesterday, I'm getting today. I'm actually quite bearish across the board. I mean, I just feel like we're not at a bottom yet. I just feel like people are thinking that, like we're going to go up now. And I just don't see that yet. I honestly think that markets are dirty. And I just don't like the fact that we front ran the zone, specifically though on Bitcoin. I can't talk for ES1, but I can say that Bitcoin is dirty. And I just don't know if it's going to front run this or just end up coming all the way back down and testing it and then moving up. And the timing could play hand with the witch setup if we start actually aggressively coming down. Now, for my idea to play, I need today to turn red. It's very simple. I just need today to flip red. I need this whole green to go red. I need us to push off from that into 74s. And then at that point, I'll be looking for possibly a long trigger. Because what you're having here is a very easy ride up. I mean, what did you have? You had an 8% green dildo, and now you're bull flagging it potentially. I mean, I will just say you are potentially bull flagging it. Are bulls going to be able to ape and scale into longs under resistance and get the easy move up to 88? Maybe. Or are we
Also,
actually...
I'm sorry, just to bring it up, just because now I'm looking at it like that. That also is the opposite of the M pattern at the top. So this is a bullish actual pattern.
The bull flag?
No. The fact that you've had those liquidity grabs that go from higher to lower, like on the left, go all the way to the left, and you'll see the first wick down on that red candle.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's one. Then down, there's another low. That the next candle to the right.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this one.
So you go and make a lower low. That's the M pattern, the McDonald's pattern when Bitcoin top, but the opposite. So if you invert the chart, that'll look like the Bitcoin top.
I get what you're saying.
You will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is bullish.
And you
I
could.
just noticed.
And you're right. You could W it. Right opposite is W. Usually double bottoms form like that. You come down. You do something like that. Boom. You got your M pattern up. Remember, most double bottoms fail like most double tops. But the point being, and this is my main point though, and I will be wrong, and this will confirm that we're going to go to 88s and whatever. But my main point is this high here. Let's just not take this high out. Come on, bulls. If you want to go up, flip the trend. Flip this trend for me. That lies. The last lower high was here. We made the lower low. We've rallied up. I need this to just break this high and then fine. Whatever. We're now probably closing dailies above the 34. Visually, you get that representation. You then can do this, break the trend, close dailies above the 34, back test this zone, go long, target 88. Simple. But until then, I mean, I just can't comfortably tell everyone that we're going to go to 88K yet until that happens, because the trend is our friend. And even here, what we're going to notice really quickly is, did we break April 9th high? No, we didn't. And this is where I went wrong. I should have had my stop here at 83.5. I do think that's where the Academy stop is. It should be. Let me see here. 81.8. Yeah, so that one did get stopped at 81.8. I mean, this technically to me is giving me, this is technically a short setup, I will just say. You would just short it like here. IMO. So as long as everyone's watching this, because I know people are short, I know people are trying to position. Like as long as we don't take out this high here, we're fine. These highs. I mean, you could front run it on this high. If you want max confirmation, it's this one, because this is the last lower high. So I'm not going to be bullish yet until that happens. And I'm going to be looking at this as a lower high. It's very choppy and dirty and it sucks. And we wanted this to be kind of like our confirmation, but markets are dirty right now. And it's no surprise if you've been here. They're dirty. Before they go down, they get dirty. So that's just kind of where I'm standing. I'm just kind of like, I possibly need to give another short out right now for Bitcoin, because for me, I just have to look at this as like just the next lower high. You'll notice is see that SMA 200 rejecting us down, rejected us, broke down. Now, if you want confirmation of a short, though, you just simply play the 4-hour EMA 100. I've showed this setup before, and it does work well. I'll show it again because I have to like repeat it, and I feel like people don't understand it. It's like when you're above the 4-hour EMA 100, and this is why in the morning I was even like, I don't know. Like the 4-hour EMA 100 got reclaimed, probably squeezes up. You have to be cognizant of the EMA 200, kind of get you in a range, sitting at the top here. I'm like, I don't know. So then we did that. We squeezed up. We didn't hit the EMA 200 again. Now we're falling below the EMA 100. Why is this significant? Well, what you'll notice is when you get above the EMA 100 and then SFP it, you're looking at the bearish retest as short opportunities, right? This is why I gave this short out here. Because what you'll notice is you should, if you're going to be bearish, hit it, reject, hit it, reject. Like you shouldn't really be breaking above here, and you should be forming lower highs. So under it gives you an easy trade. Now here is a little more predatory because it took out that last wick high, but you would have been gauging your stop here. So again, this was a short setup, was it not? SFP broke down. You don't short this breakdown, you short here. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Bitcoin's not looking good to me right now.
Like someone would say, bears 181 200 to fucking be taken out.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Fawn could be right. We could just like do that. We could, but I mean, just based on even that SMA 200 rejection, that's pretty harsh. And especially with what we've already seen and here, this last occurrence from that let us down 6%. You have to be watching this as a short zone. Yeah. Okay. So like if you get, it can make it hard because if you do this, you could do that and bottom at the 100. So it's a little more trickier. But for me, it's like maybe we'll get something like this, or we'll deviate it, big move up, test resistance, short here, big nuke. Because had you caught a short here, I mean, this would have in 2 hours printed you almost 4%. Again, I cannot believe that Bitcoin took my stop this morning. I just cannot physically believe that occurred, actually. Where was it? It was here. It was on this one here. Right there. That's crazy. What was the high? Yeah, so my stop was 83,000, like 216, and I think BTC has a slight premium. So yeah, it took it. That's slightly disappointing, I will say. I'll just talk about it one more time. Yeah, that's fun. So what you'll notice now on the lower time frames, the reason I'm on the lower time frames is to, mainly say, we're at a crucial spot now. You start seeing the zone give. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be good. Let's see ES1. Let's see what that's doing too, because, like I said, this has kind of been like the map, right? The roadmap, if you will. And yeah, you are rejecting that zone. Daily's now in almost a doji posturing. It's just looking more like this. I don't know. It's just looking more weak to me than than anything else, in my opinion. And what you'll notice is Tether dominance is still bouncing off support perfectly. Now, right, the H1 starts losing this, especially on these reactions. Okay, concerning, but let's see here. We're gonna have a 30-minute close here soon. And do we reclaim the 9? Yeah. So look at that. Support held. This is why I'm saying if you're a bear, you're looking to go short in these zones. This is the short zone. And you're just looking at this is the bottom area before we go up, higher low, keeps with the trend. And then here Bitcoin then just ends up breaking down. So yeah. In my opinion, if you start closing 30 minutes here, this could be a short IMO. So I'll be looking at that. Just be simply you're playing. It's more risk attached, of course, because you could wait for the 4-hour. But I really do think we're gonna start seeing 10% candles down soon. IMO. I mean, we saw that. We did see that in October, did we not? I remember that. In October, it was absolutely freaking insane. I remember that one day we went up 13%. We didn't close, of course, 13%, but it was just insane. I don't remember the specific day. I'm trying to see because it must have left a wick. Was it here? It might have been here. I think it was here. Price that week just went absolutely nuts, and then it just closed where it opened, basically, or almost where it opened the previous week. So, I mean, we have to look at where we're at currently as this zone. This is where we're at. You're either now in the midst of this or this. Right? That kind of makes sense, right? Because if this was the beginning of the bull market, this is when you're putting in structure. And then this is the confirmation of the bull market. This is when you got back above all major moving averages, held it in expansion. So you're either in this environment where we're just going to keep putting in structure and dumping hard and pumping hard, and that's going to correlate to the charts being choppy, or you're going to get just that very, very big move, in my opinion, that is not going to stop. And the idea is that you're just going to be positioned really well. Because when the weekly candle gives you a 10% candle and then bulls get complacent and they get used to, well, we're probably just going to end up going down. And the next week opens up 15%. And then the next week opens up and it closes 1.41%. Then the next week, 5%. And the next week, almost 1%. You have to just start really wondering if that's what we're about to see. And that's why I got max bearish yesterday. And I am still bearish. And I bet you there's a lot of alt setups brewing on the short end probably very soon. XRP, I'm still going to be watching because it definitely took us for a ride yesterday, we'll say. But Academy still is in it. So we'll see. But markets are, not really looking good to me. They just aren't. So I'm still going to be on the buy, so we're going to nuke. And today probably does it because it, took out my big short this morning. So, yeah.
Oh, no, you're not in? I literally just sold right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. Look at this. It literally.
I got so lucky then.
it literally did this to me. So we ended up doing this, rejected. We did this nice squeeze. I'm I'm going to short 83s then. Duh. Because I know what's coming. And then so I go 6 Bitcoin short here. Right here. A big position though, 6. I think it was 500x leverage too. I will be frank. The idea was that we're just gonna break down, and what it did was it stopped hunted me. So on this move up here, it went to 83,218 on BTCC. It went to 83,216. 216 and 30 cents. Yeah, it stopped me out by 5 cents, and then it dumped, and that's kind of disappointing because I would have been up currently 11 grand right now.
Quite a lot, yes, sir.
So I'm a little sad at that, and instead I just lost $1 grand.
Can I also bring something up?
Please.
Look at Solana.
Yeah, that's a great thing. Let's see here. Up 5%. We all right, let's see on the daily. I
But
can't do that. So it
yeah.
looks like Sol took out all the stops that were shorting this. Um, this could be double top potential. It'll look more obvious here. So your idea then would be this zone's the short zone, and you're just looking for this now to play out. You don't want it to basically get back above 125.
Well,
So
Sol, relative strength. Let's talk relative price to Bitcoin. This is what made me realize when we were looking at, is it going to be a short? Is it not? Bitcoin was dumping, but Solana didn't just break down fully, and that to me was Bitcoin
yeah,
might be fucky right now and telling everyone he's going to go down, but he's going to go up. It's kind of doing this on steroids right now because Bitcoin is coming down hard, but Solana is staying up there at
yeah,
119.
true. That's true. And yesterday I noticed that because they gave out 3 altcoin shorts, and they all were just Bitcoin was ranging, and they were all slow grinding up. Um, so we'll see. I mean, if you are looking for weakness on Sol, it's slow, but it potentially is brewing. Kinda, maybe, no. Yeah, it's not. I mean, even just playing the hourly 9 would have been easy trading. Damn. But if we are going to gauge that idea, then that Sol is relative strength and we are going up, the Bitcoin pairing agrees with you on that. Absolutely agrees with you. We're possibly even about to break out and go up to the next zone, which would be that 1.5. But again, like the idea now is that this was a bull trap for me. So you're going to need to see this 4 hour turn red. And then ideally we close under 115. So we very well, though, in the next hour and 20 minutes, keep going up, close above the 4 hour EMA 100, use it as support and move up. And plays into what you're saying. Yeah, maybe Bitcoin is actually going to be bullish. But that's why today for me is crucial, and specifically the next 4 hour closure, because we are seeing weakness enter. But then even like, oh wait, no, ES1, yeah, rejected. Oh, kindergarten shorting. This is kindergarten shorting. Why am I not trading ES1? I just need to do that. This is
You just don't
stupid.
learn your own lessons, sir.
No, I could have just shorted this right now on like a lot of size and had my stop here, and I would have printed a 1.3%. That's hilarious. So like this is like no, like markets are possibly about to break down, especially if this closes under this zone here. I mean, like, yeah, that's just it. We just ES1 has been kind of guiding our bias on everything. So yeah, that's really not good. Not good, not good. Um So I would be watching today. Today will kind of tell me if I'm wrong or not, in my opinion. That's kind of what I'm realizing. Today's going to be the day of reckoning for bulls. I think. I think today we're going to see some interesting stuff. Now, yes, we're pumping, but let's see here because if this loads anytime now, um, are you potentially just getting like
I gotta use the shit Wi-Fi network because the other one disappeared.
oh, did
I
it?
thought you were going to say that you were going to take a shit.
I thought you were going to say that
No,
too.
no, no. I gotta use the shit Wi-Fi network because the other one disappeared. The good one.
So this is what you're possibly looking at. You could even go up a little higher, and this might be Head and Shoulders. So I'm going to be looking at this now. Specifically, though, because of ES1's breakdown here. Now, I want to see in the next hour, or this next hourly, if we lose that EMA 100. Because if we do, well, then this could just give me a short, and we potentially could have a short right now. Which is kind of nice, actually. Let's see if we can map this out on stream, publicly and live. Let's see if
On the
it's good.
Bitcoin short.
Okay, so Bitcoin. Yeah, so I'm still in the alt shorts too. How fun. All right, that's good. No,
Okay.
this is good then.
There we go.
So I mean, the idea here would be like you're either going to get that Head and Shoulders and go all the way back up to 82.6, 82.8, or you are just going to put in that what was major support here, tap it, and then wick, and then dump. So you have two options, in my opinion. I got to go off of what the charts are telling me based on ES1, and we are possibly breaking down. So, for me, I'm just going to run this 30-minute trade here. For me right now, what chart do I want? This one. I'll look at this. I mean, we are in the thick of it now, boys. So let's see. So again, either this and we can add at 82.7, or we just start positioning at 82s, because either way, your stop is going to be the same. It's going to be basically this high here, 82.3. And your idea is that, we've just kind of topped. If we start taking out this high, we're probably then going to go up. So the RR is better here, but I don't know if that's going to fill, in my opinion. So I'm fine taking a 1% loss on this, because the risk to reward is pretty good. So then what we're going to do is we'll put in the order at 82,000. So just go here, we'll go there, 82. And then what was the 30-minute 9? It's 82.20. So I'll short it the meme line here at 82.1. Because it's very volatile, right? It's very volatile. Probably a good chance we get that. Definitely don't want on a 50x on this one. And I have no margin because I have to close these. There we go. I'll close that, open this. You can even see here on the meme lines on the exchange that
you're not on the exchange page. There you go. Now you are.
That it is even matching that bias, 82s, 82.1. So let me do that right now before this goes. It could be totally wrong on this, but let's just see 83.3. We'll go here. I don't care about TP right now. I need to get this in 83.3. Boom. And then I'll go order in, and then I'll put in another one at 82s. I'll just put in 10%. And then I'm going to probably give this to the Academy too, because it is a setup. This is either a major trap for bears like me right now, or this is really easy. And for me now, I mean, that's kind of it. We're just now gauging Bitcoin and Tether dominance catching support. This even lines up with our short idea. Why? Because, Tether dominance has been under the 30-minute 9. We're now going to back test it. Let's see if we do that. Ideally, this holds and slingshots us up to 5.73. There's our nice nuke on Bitcoin. We're probably under the 80s again. Then you start losing this 9. We can cut the Bitcoin short, and we're wrong, and we're probably going to go up. But until then, you can't really disregard that, this possibly could just backtest this and go up. While then Bitcoin could very possibly just, essentially test this zone and then go down. So it's always nice when those two kind of correlate nicely with each other, IMO. So, this probably does fill us. As long as you're gauging, in my opinion, today's high to be in, I think you're going to be fine. Because the idea is that this is the next lower high. If you go any much higher, you're going to take out this last high. You're going to probably then start breaking out. So the idea then has to be, this is the next high, 83.3. Any short around 82s to 82.1 is valid. And that's it. So let me just go here. Let me just post this on the Discord too. So that's it. We'll see. And the nice part is we'll know too if this is going to be wrong, because if we do start let's say reclaiming this zone, reclaiming back above the 9, then you probably shouldn't trade this. But ideally we'll get something like this, or even this, where we just lose it. This gave us the easy short. It's in the same zone too, actually, where you lost it, rallied up to the 9, went a little higher, went to the meme line, and then big nuke. From that point, this would have given you I'll take it from the 9, a 3% trade. So it's not really bad. This is now filling us. No Diddy. So let's see. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, Bulls. Pump it up. I dare you.
Oh boy.
Watch Bitcoin just like absolutely fuck
I
me.
was gonna say, yeah. Oh boy. I don't know.
Go ahead, Bulls. Come on, show me what you got. I'll even add here. That's how confident I am on this setup right now. Boom, added.
I
Enjoy.
hope it. I'm not saying this because you're adding, but I kind of hope it goes up.
No, don't say that. The market will humble me one way or the other, but today's not one of them. All right, let's see. But you see the media reaction now? How did we know? Well, it's just based simply on so far, probably Tether dominance has hit that 30-minute mark. So now you're at an important zone. You need to see now a liftoff, a spring. You need this to hold, or this will just be a bear trap. See, it's either now a bear trap, you're going to lose this and come down again, or this is actually just like a shift that we're seeing very early right now. This is going to hold and go up. We easily can come a little more down, probably correlates to an 82.1 on Bitcoin and fills our first, like our main bid essentially. But as long as this is holding, I don't see what the concern would be. Look at this even. I mean, you're in that breakout or breaking out. You're breaking out. And now you're just back testing this. So yeah, you maybe go to the median, but I don't think so. I think this is gonna hold. And you'll even notice we didn't even hit the 9 yet, actually. So let's see the reaction when you do hit the 9. That'll be quite telling. I'm like saying there's probably like there's a good chance we'll bounce here at least. Unless Farn gets his wish. And it in gold.
Well, the one thing I've been paying attention on my beautiful exchanges is when the price starts going crazy. And by that, I mean small, big, like small dash, big moves in one direction to get people out. And
very 2022 style.
well, we saw it just now, right? On that day that I made that short that took me 30 seconds to make some money. And then yesterday it was doing it, baiting shorts. It was like making them feel like, yeah, you're gonna be here, and then it would go down. It would go up fast, and like people would think, oh, this is gonna continue to go up. And right now, it's doing it towards
You
the
know,
downside.
one of
So
the
it's
things that I
baiting
learned
me,
from Crown
thinking, yeah,
about bear markets is that in bear markets, price usually bounces higher than you think it's going to bounce, and it
yeah,
nukes lower than you think it's going to go.
Interesting. And that's true.
yeah. I'd have to agree with that. I would expect, and this is why to me 88,000 needs to be revisited up to $92,000 at some point. I'm not saying today, I'm not saying tomorrow or anything, but we need everyone on the crypto market, all the bulls to go, oh, we told you we are so good, and then
Based on
Idiot
we still need
what
that.
Crown was based on what Crown was talking about with the Fibonacci times, he was saying that there's going to be a significant pivot in the market at the end of this month. So possibly we just bounce throughout this month until the end of the month where we make a nuke.
Could be, yeah.
A
I
bear
mean,
ship is high to
And
low, right?
end of the month is going to be a bear moon also.
say it again, Alex.
A bear ship's high to low. You take it from the high to the low. A
Yeah,
bear ship. All right.
yeah.
Let's just see. Just curious. Let's take it from this range. Is it the wick low or the closing low?
Your choice.
Oh,
But if one is a wick, the other one has to be a wick. Or if one is a close, the other one has to be a close.
oh, okay. Yeah, so I did it right. Yeah, interesting. So you're at the golden pocket. So like you are gonna see a move here. It's just like what this will give. This actually sits right at 82 too. So it's a big zone. It's a big zone we're in. I mean, look at how well this held as support. So dumped, rallied up, reclaimed, lost it, moved up. Can we just reject? Can this be the opposite? And this can just be major resistance. If we don't do that, we really start like doing this and reclaiming it and doing this, it's gonna really start looking like, yeah, this is gonna break out. And this is just baiting shorts, and we're putting in structure. But until that, I mean, today could be the day of reckoning here. I do think for bears or bulls, in my opinion. So that's Bitcoin. That's what I see. We're at a very important zone. Our altcoin shorts did not do well yesterday, we'll say, but that's fine. It is what it is. That's why we had stop set because, alts. It's like if we are gonna break out, definitely don't want to be an alt then because they will
Oh boy.
bounce, nicely. But look at Sol even on the 30-minute, it's crazy. Not the best candle, but still held the 9. Kind of crazy the strength Sol has right now, honestly. We did
My
see this.
connection is dog shit right now.
Your
Is it?
what?
My
Oh,
connection
connection.
is dog shit.
So yeah,
I'm
we'll
gonna
have
get
to
my
see.
phone off the Wi-Fi.
You have a hotspot on your phone, right?
Let me see how fast my cellular connection is. I might just switch over to that.
I think it's honestly faster than our house Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, it is. It's a lot faster. I'm gonna switch over to that.
Yeah, especially if
That's a
I'm
little
not
embarrassing.
there, it'd be good.
It's embarrassing that my cellular connection is this much faster than the Wi-Fi connection I have to use right now because the fast one doesn't work.
Is this bearish or bullish?
It's very bearish because I'm not gonna be able to load my HBO Max.
No, I need to see. I need to see your jewel because yesterday your jewel was telling us exactly what was going to happen
A buy signal, right?
on Coinbase.
Yeah.
That was to me. That was like that Solana and also on Bitcoin. I believe on the 15-30 minute one, he also had a super godly buy signal. So it was like a lot of things at the same time. It was a lot of things at the same time.
Yeah.
Lots of
Yeah,
things. Lots of
let's
chop.
so that's it. We're at just a very important spot. Big spot on markets. Don't
All
be
right. I
blindsided.
was I was switching over my Wi-Fi, so I just didn't hear the last like 30 to 45 seconds.
Oh,
Don't worry about it. We just said really stupid things. I was saying that you had personally. I was saying I was saying stupid things. I was saying that on your jewel you had that buy signal on the Coinbase chart, and you also had the buy signal on the Bitcoin one, but it was like a 15-30 minute chart, but it was a big signal, and that to me plus the
Hmm.
strength of Sol is what got me on the other side.
Now, now we are writing at dawn.
Exactly.
let's hope.
Exactly.
Let's see.
All right, let
So
me
yeah,
switch
that's
my
it.
screen.
You're
Oh, I'll tell you.
for me,
Please.
yeah,
My
I'm
bad.
done. You're essentially just gauging ES1. If we start losing 5,300 and breaking down like what we're doing now, it's gonna mean that Bitcoin's gonna break down. You start going back lower time frames, reclaim 5,330. Bitcoin starts getting back above like 82,300, 82,200. Okay, we might move up then. But until then, you just have to be cautious here, specifically with just news flow and where markets are at today. For me, it's either going to confirm today that yeah, we're going to go to 88s, or we're probably going to see 74s today. So we'll see. Ideally, 74s gives us the easy long up to 88s, and then the plan's still on.
That'd be fucking amazing.
Oh, I thought I already stopped sharing it. My bad. I
No,
thought it
no,
was.
it's good. Glad you weren't looking at anything else. Thank
Yeah.
God.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That would have been awkward.
Anyways.
All
We'd
right,
be looking at his
so
astrology charts on the other page
Uh,
and
a
what they
different type of
bring.
astrology.
I was gonna say what they bring.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this HPDR disappear. First, I'll start off with the statistics. So today, I believe, is Monday, if I'm not
It's
mistaken.
Friday, sir.
is it Monday?
Oh shit, it's Friday. Wow. Must have been all
Oh, it's
that ketamine
Thursday?
I was having.
Oh, wow.
Holy
I don't know if you
fuck.
were joking, but I legitimately did not know it was
Oh yeah,
Friday
it
yet.
actually is Friday.
Oh my God.
Wow,
What the
I'm mega
fuck is going
retarded.
on right now?
Jesus.
I actually thought it was Monday for a second there. Okay,
Dude,
so
what is,
now
by
this
the
is gonna
way,
make it.
can I say, let me, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say this. Can I say, what a great day for you? You thought you were just starting your work week, and now you're finding out it's Friday at like noon on Friday. That's fucking amazing.
That's
Like, it
pretty
must feel
fucking
good.
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good for
that's
you.
awesome. I thought it was Monday. Okay, so now this is gonna change even more to the bullish side because Friday is statistically the most bullish day of the week.
Oh boy.
58.33% chance of closing green. And the average close is about 2.05% to the bullish side, with a maximum close of, on the high side, I believe it's 3.22%. So let's make this disappear and see how much we have gone up so far from the open. About 3.16, 4.75%. So we have currently hit the average move on the green closing days. So if we were to close anywhere like this, basically, as long as we're closing under the 21, it's still not quite into a bullish posturing for higher. Close over the 21, however, with that green close, likely takes you up towards that 55, right around that $86,000 to $87,000 for the 200 SMA, where I believe is going to be our next local and macro lower high before we go lower. If we were to go higher, I wouldn't see it really getting any higher than this 100, which is around 87,800. So somewhere around 86 to $88,000 is going to be very likely our next lower high if we even get there. And right now on the daily, our momentum is starting to flip back up, rejecting getting into the bearish control zone while volatility flips down, telling you this is likely going to be a lower high. And then if you look at the jewel is now starting to curve back around, switching into a buy signal, just about to get out of the bearish control zone. If you were to mark with the vertical line wherever the jewel
Whoa.
switches to a buy signal within the bearish control zone on the daily,
But that's a powerful motherfucking signal,
yep.
right? Like
But
that's how you want them.
you're not getting the pink crossing above the yellow. It's already there, so it's not going to be as powerful as like one of these.
Got it. You're right.
But it's still going to get you a setup. Let's see. This one is a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Buy signal. Let's just get one more, and then that should be good. And see what type of moves we got. Quite nice. About 16.6%. Then you got a correction. And then 34%. Oh, you've been even higher. Let me zoom out a little bit. Oh, good Lord. All of them are not going to work out. All of them are not going to work out like this. Let me just tell you that.
So I should
Immediately
not long with all of
16%.
my money.
Probably not. Oh no, you
Hmm.
definitely should. And you should use 500x leverage.
You got it. On it.
So 16%, then 30%, and then 90%. You should not expect a 90% move from here. Immediately 7%, and then 14%, very close to 16. This one kind of a failure.
Failed.
Went up 3% and then went down. This one
That
also
went
a
down.
failure. It just immediately went down. Well, actually, no, you would take it from here, so kind of a decent move. 7%, similar to that 6% move. Okay, from here, about 6%. It's a very similar number. And as of right now, we are up only 4.75%. Take it a little bit higher to 6%. Brings us to around 84.5, and then take it to that 7-8% number. Brings us right around 86K, which is I feel like what we're going to go up to, retest this 200 SMA, which was previously a major area, confirm it as resistance, maybe up to 100, and then dump it towards this bottom meme line around 69K. Probably we're going to go lower towards this yellow one, but I expect to bounce at 69K. The yellow one's at about 63K. One more thing now I want to add is the moons.
This show has really gone down the drain.
It's downhill ever since I got on.
Hey, don't take all the
People that
credit, sir. Don't take all the credit for this.
the, the people in the comments are like, "Oh, is this pendejo again?"
Oh,
Like
so good.
that one guy who commented saying that whenever me and Alex get on, he has to plug his ears with tampons.
Where is he getting the tampons? Out of his asshole?
Was his name Tim? Tampon Tim?
I don't
Question
know.
Tampon tip.
mark? Jesus.
So as you can see, these moons do get respected. These moons are quite good traders if you were to make them people, because they got a 78% hit rate. Not very many people have a 78% hit rate. And they get respected every single time. You got a bear moon, price dumped. You got a bull moon, price pump. Bear moon, you got this dump right here. Bull moon, you got a pump. Bear moon, dump. Bull moon, pump. It's not necessarily pump and dumps with the bear moons and the bull moons. It's the better way to think of it is that the bear moon is local top moon, and the bull moon is the local bottom moon. So that's why they work in bear markets and bull markets alike, because you get the local top in bull markets, just like you get local bottoms in bear markets. So right over here, you got that local top price dumped. You got this local bottom price pumped a little bit, or just went sideways before. Like this situation is better. Is why it works better to think of it as a local bottom, because you didn't exactly pump from here, but you just went sideways. You didn't dump until really until you got the bear moon. That's when you went down to the 200. So as of right now, we are within a bear moon phase, and we had the bear moon around like Saturday of the 29th. And these moons all last about 2 weeks, because each moon cycle is about a week long, and there's I don't remember how many of them, but every month you get the same moon phase again. Right now, the bear moon is about to end, and tomorrow we're about to print the bull moon, and the bull moon is going to be the local bottom. So if that does confirm tomorrow, while price is still consolidating right here, that will confirm this as our current local bottom, where would send us up naturally towards that 86, $87,000 area. The bull moon will play out once again, probably consolidate somewhere around here until the bear moon prints in 2 weeks, and that's when we dump, and that'd be at the end of the month, and it would line up with Crown's Fibonacci time thing, where we get that pivot towards the end of the month. Now let's make the moons disappear. Millionaires don't use astrology; billionaires do.
Damn. Damn. Warren Buffett right now is looking at his moon chart.
He is. That's the moon told him to go all into treasuries.
God, the moon is so wise.
Oh, moon's on. Teach me your ways.
So he's Japanese?
I think so. Okay, so now on the HPDR, we're getting very close to closing back over that 38.2%, which right now lines up with this 21 EMA. So if you were to get a close over that 38.2%, that would take you to the top 38.2%, which lines up beautifully with this 200 SMA. Also giving you more influence towards that area where if you probably don't reject strongly from this area today, you probably get that move up over this next week towards that 200 SMA, while the bull moon plays out on tomorrow and Saturday. I have this thing where I fuck up a lot of times where I'm trying to say plays out tomorrow and I'll say on tomorrow.
Mm. Well, I just don't know how to talk English or Spanish, so can't judge you there.
On the monthly right now, we're getting momentum flipping to the downside, confirming below the moving average after that last monthly close, and volatility is now expanding above the moving average from almost 0%. The last time that we have had this setup was right over here back in May of 2021 when price dumped 60-ish%, I believe. Let's get a confirmation. No, about 50%. Yeah, 50%. So let's take a 50% dump from this point here. Go to momentum drop down. It goes around $51,000, slightly above my bias. I think we're going to go lower than that. And if we look at the monthly jewel, it is now flipped over into a sell signal, confirming monthly bearish divergence on the jewel. Let's mark with a vertical line whenever we got the monthly sell signal on the jewel. These are going to be
I know
significant
those
moves.
dates. Yeah.
Based on just the dates, you can tell what happened with price.
Yeah.
Fuck it. We'll go all the way back to 2014. We'll do the entire history of Bitcoin because these moves are not
Fuck
that
it.
often.
Motherfucking fuck it.
Imagine what it would have been like to long it at 100x right here
Oh,
back in the
bonerific.
days. Back in the
Yeah.
days when Bitcoin really used to move. This one went up, actually first initially dumped of 32%, and that played out basically, because I wouldn't say 32% dump is a failure. It did pump afterwards, but the initial move was a dump, and you're looking for a dump. 38%, very in line. Immediately a 58%, and then 77%. This one went up. Did it dump initially? No. Went up 39%. Yeah, that's a failure. Even though it dumped afterwards. Oh, March 2020. Interesting. You had a sell signal on the jewel right before March 2020. Dumped about 30%, similar number. Immediately 31%. Wow. And then about 66. 25%. Very in line. So as of this moment, so I'm printing that monthly sell signal. We've gone down only 9.8%. If we were to take it 25%, brings us right down to around $60,000. Very interesting. Keep that low $60,000 number in the back of your mind. Now let's bring it to around 35%. Brings us to about $52,000. Very close to that $50,000 number that we just saw. Now let's switch over to the quarterly. Quarterly is now also below the moving average on momentum with volatility above it. And we are getting several rejections to that quarterly median. That would bring us down to the bottom 38.2%. Bottom 38.2% right now sits at $51,000. Does that numbers ring a bell? Very interesting. But since you're gonna have gone such below the 9 EMA, and you're so close to the 21 at that point, that price is gonna likely become a magnet. That sits at around $47,000. You're probably gonna wick a little bit below the 21 EMA like you did last time when FTX collapsed. That brings you somewhere in that low to mid $40,000 zone, which right now is my bias that we probably top the bear market out around there. If there is some type of like black swan type event, like some company goes down, like for example, Ethereum goes down or some shit, then I could see a movement to the 55, which slowly will rise up, and that'll be 61.8%. That's below $30,000. So it's going to take something quite bad to cause that to happen, but just keep that in mind. That's always possible. That dump to $28,000, $30,000. And the last time we had momentum below the moving average for the volatility expansion was right over here when price dumped in January of 2022 from $48,000 to $15,000. I don't know how many more signs you need that we're in a bear market. Right now on the 2 week, you're getting momentum flipping freshly back down, rejecting, getting out, volatility is flipping up, and now you're getting that God sell signal on the jewel. God mode background, pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue losing the bullish control zone. We had a God mode sell signal back in May of 2024, but you didn't have the jewel set up with the pink and yellow. Last time you had that was in June of 2021, and with the God mode sell signal, you had it in March of 2021, and before there was January of 2018, and you guys remember what happened from that date. So this is quite the bearish jewel signal. Into 2 weeks, so it's not going to play out immediately. Probably going to take somewhere around like 2 months or 3 months to play out, but once it does, you're going to be wishing that you had taken that short. 'Cause that's probably going to be. I'm not going to use the other term because I'm not going to incriminate myself, but that's going to be life-changing gains catching that short. On
Fucking. What do you should have seen me explain that to Belen. He was like, "That's not funny."
yeah, so I'm not going to say it.
Good for you.
On the weekly, we're getting momentum flipping back up, very, very close to getting out of the bearish control zone, getting back over the moving average, where volatility starts to go contract, telling you this is likely going to be a lower high before we go lower. And right now, that the lower high target will line up basically perfectly with this cluster of EMAs right here, this 21 and this 59 EMA, right around that 86, $87,000 area, and your invalidation would be so tight with that 88,000 wick high that you would basically have like 6 from 87. If you're wrong by like 2%. If you're right, this would be conservative and take it to the 2021 cycle high, you're 20%. So that's a 10 to 1 risk to reward. Insane.
I need to ask you this. On that view that you had, yeah, right there. Why wouldn't it go down to up to the bottom of the blue zone?
It could. I just
It normally does. I
would
mean, to
confirm it
what
for
I've
me
seen.
getting over this 21.
Got it. I see what you're saying.
I'm gonna
Okay, I'm
consider
sorry.
I'm gonna consider this resistance and before I can consider this zone.
Got it.
Yeah. And if you did end up pushing up to there, you would break weekly trend. So you'd have to assume
Yeah.
that's not going to happen because trend is always key.
Yeah.
Like Crown posted a tweet saying, "Would you buy if Bitcoin went up to $100,000?" And I responded saying, "Well, the trend would be reversed, so I'll probably be looking for a higher low."
Mm,
Smart.
On the 5 day, we're getting the same thing as a weekly, but 5 day is already broken out of the bearish control zone and rejected getting into it. And now it's once again flipping back up on momentum with volatility still in the contraction phase. And now the jewel has lost a sell signal within the bearish control zone. Lines up with us holding this bottom 38.2%. And as of this moment, we are over the 55, and the target from there, natural target, would be right up this 21, which lines up with the median perfectly, right around $87,000, making it a very, very significant resistance area. The easy trade in this point is not the long to $87,000 because we
the
are in a
short.
bear market and a strong downtrend. Yeah, the easy trade is a short right here, which is what I told my brother to
Hmm.
take. 2 day is also flipping back up on momentum, getting very close to the reset point. And if it does get above here and gets into the positive area, that would line up with us going to 87K. Right now, volatility is still contracting, while the jewel on the 2 day, just like the 5 day, starts losing its sell signal, flipping into a neutral within the bearish control zone. And the top 38.2% right now, which is going to change, is right now at $90,000, and the significant resistance zone lines up with this 55 at 87.5, and that would be maintaining this silver cross to the downside. Daily is also flipping up, but we already mentioned this, and we've done the daily. The 12 hour. 12 hours now currently flipping down, but has not confirmed it. It has about 9 hours to go to confirm below the moving average, while volatility contracts. So if this does move down, it would tell you this is likely going to be a corrective move to the downside, with still looking for higher. And what goes along with that is if you look at the 12-hour jewel, you're getting a pretty epic buy signal right here. You're getting the pink crossing above the yellow, light blue crossing above everything else, getting out of the bearish control zone, and this is happening very low on the jewel. So mark this with the vertical line every time you had it within this area, within the bearish control zone.
So is that what we saw yesterday,
I'm
or
sorry.
this is a new one? Is that the same signal that we saw yesterday, or is this a new one?
I sent this one this morning.
Oh, so no. Okay,
Yesterday was a
got
lower
it.
time frame.
Yeah. Because I remember it was like 15, 30 minutes, which was a little ridiculous enough for it not to be taken seriously, but it was serious. It was very serial.
It was super ethereal.
It's super ethereal. You guys don't listen to me. And I'm
I'm
super
so
ethereal.
ethereal.
That's me. That's me with deflation. No one really believes in deflation, but I'm so ethereal for it.
I'm so ethereal. And then one day they're all gonna have to apologize for not taking you super cereal.
No, they will. I would never. Number one, I would never make them into. They never will. If I know one thing about humans is they never know when they're wrong. Never, never. Even years can go by. That's what we do.
It's just people don't like to admit when they're wrong, so they'll manipulate whatever they can, mental gymnastics, to convince themselves that they're still right.
It's pretty good. I gotta say, it's like having an unstable girlfriend.
2.5%. That one is kind of pathetic. This one's nice.
Whoa.
16.5, 20.7, and then about 23.
Fucking Bitcoin piece of shit. Go to my second entry.
5.76. I hope it doesn't. I hope it just keeps going up. 16%. Oh, total failure. How much from open? 1%. 7.8%. And as of now, we've gone up about 4.6%. Let's take it somewhere around 7 to 8%. Brings us to very close to $86,000. Very interesting, right? Perfectly to that 100 EMA.
I just feel like 88, 86 is too easy. Like I feel like everyone's just staring at that. That's the only thing, because all technicals
If
tell you
any,
that most likely that's going to be it. But
if anything higher would reverse that weekly trend, and then I don't know, it would be very fucky.
we need to see what Capo says. If Capo's like, I'm eyeing the
Yeah,
88,000 zone, then we go lower. We go 85. That's going to be it. If he goes 92, we
let's
go
see.
88.
I got Capo's notifications on, so I'll see the second he posts.
Good. I don't. I only know who he is because there's a guy that I follow on X that used to watch the channel. His name is Teddy. And Teddy's always posting when Capo goes like, I'm bullish. He goes, that's it, boys. We're fucked. That's all I know about it. But it's so true though. Like, I mean, how simple was that when whoever sent that on the screenshot?
4 hour momentum has come to a perfect reset point after topping out right here, while volatility approaches 0% on its way down. Kind of bullish, especially as long as it's holding the 100 EMA. And now this jewel has lost the sell signal. What I want to focus on is 3 hour, because the 3 hour is now just about a freshly silver cross to the upside. After this close, it very likely crosses, as long as you're closing above $81,560. Once that crosses, you're probably gonna get a pretty nice move. Probably takes you up to somewhere around 85 to $86,000. You're gonna find some resistance around 84, but it's probably one of those ones where it just taps it, goes back down, makes a nice higher low, and then blasts through it. Ding. Quarterly right now is very close to invalidating this hidden bullish divergence. If it will, if it closes below 76,702, and that will confirm 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence, giving you a minimum target of right around $66,000. Probably get a pretty decent bounce there. Probably takes you up to somewhere around 75,000. Rejection there, and then down to about $47,000. Is that what the name of our RSI targets? Oh, it lines up perfectly with the neutral zone of the RSI at 46,200. And that I believe is the zone where the spot ETFs launched.
Which one? It was the
46,000.
that's when they launched the 46, 47. That's right.
Oh, nice. Lines right up with my neutral zone of the quarterly RSI.
Nice.
Monthly has confirmed bearish divergence on the RSI, on the stochastic, on the Joule, on the MACD. Every single momentum indicator
your
has monthly
mom.
bearish divergence,
Mhm.
especially that. And that would give you a minimum target of this 9, which you've already hit. Once you start to solidly lose a 9, that takes you to the 21. That one is at right around $66,000. And the if you remember that low $60,000 area, that would lines up with our neutral zone of the RSI. So the monthly bearish divergence target at right around $61,000.
Hmm.
What that would confirm, though, that would confirm this as an inverse, massive inverse head and shoulders, which will take probably a year and a half to 2 years to play out. But that would give you a target as of right now, which is going to update of $461,314. Quite high.
George? George? Is that you?
But by the time this updates, though, this is probably going to be somewhere around 200 to 250K, which even then is pretty insane.
Yeah.
And
I
this,
mean,
keep in mind,
hopefully,
these are
hopefully, yeah, it goes to like 30 grand, like you said. If we get like that lucky and then goes to 150, that's a chill
5x,
5x. Yeah.
pretty low risk 5x.
Yep.
On the 2 week, we also have many drives of bearish divergence confirmed. And it's going to be confirmed as long as you're closing below $88,800, and your next target is going to be the neutral zone, which is right now $62,800. But keep in mind that monthly inverse head and shoulders is a monthly chart, so that's gonna be the next cycle when that were to play out. Today is about to put in a fresh third drive of bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, and it will confirm as long as we are closing above. Is it this one? Yeah, $81,247, and that will have a natural target of hitting this 55 right around $87,000.
Oh
See if it
boy.
not lines up with any of our RSI targets. No, not quite. Does 2-day close today? Oh no, it doesn't. That would have been nice to confirm that
It
bullish
closes in
divergence
3
early.
days.
Thankfully, Bitcoin doesn't do that bullshit.
Yeah, it's only stocks, right? Those are the only ones that do
Yeah.
that crap. Yeah.
Let's see. I don't want some more feeding my bias. My bias is starving. It wants to be fed.
I'm gonna go to In and Out today. It just sounds right.
I miss In and Out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
Their
9 patties and
their fries
cheese.
are dog shit though.
They are, but I don't need fries. I just want the patties and the cheese.
It's amazing how they can do the burger so well, but the fries are so shit.
Well, the problem is that's just what fries in a healthier, like in a healthier way taste like. McDonald's,
I
dude, you're
like
just eating, yeah, McDonald's, you're eating just some plastic straight up
But
that
they
never
taste so good.
decomposes. I
But they taste
know.
so good.
Baked food is so much better tasting. I agree.
Yeah.
Like those, what are the runners?
Oh, those are so amazing.
I
Best
bet
chip
you
of
they
all
have
time.
I bet you they have zero food in them, but I guarantee you the flavor is just like you're
Oh,
describing.
they taste amazing. It's impossible to stop eating those. I can go through 2 bags in one sitting, no problem.
I want to try them.
And then eventually the roof of my mouth will all be like swollen and shit, but it'll be worth it. On the quarterly, this is very sombering details if you're bullish, is that the pivot has gone up when we closed by almost 100% from 48,000 to $93,000. And we will be rejecting the critical zone, and we're getting that on back expanding volatility. And do we have no, we don't. So this is some hopium that we don't have the hidden bearish divergence, but we do have it on the monthly. And that divergence would have that same target of around that $67,000 area. Last time we flipped quarterly momentum to the downside was right here in January of 2022. The time before that was in January of 2018. Every single time was a bear market when we flipped momentum down. Monthly has flipped to the downside, confirmed that bearish divergence, and we have that volatility set up where we've dropped below 15%. And the last time we had that volatility set up where momentum was down and we had bearish divergence was right before Luna, right over here in or April of 2022. And we're going to be flipped down as long as you're below $106,200. So if you want an invalidation, that's basically it for your monthly setup. Is you'd have to close over 106,200 to reverse this monthly bearish setup. You'd have to go up in price about like $25,000 from here.
That seems normal.
Yeah, that's pretty doable. 2 week, we have a volatility set up with bearish divergence as well. And also the last time we had that volatility set up with bearish divergence was right in here for Luna. And we are pointed down below 105, 101, 550. Weekly, it also has a volatility setup, and we're pointed down below 82,300. 5 days contracting on volatility, while momentum is pointed up, and we will be pointed up above 79,800, which is telling you you're likely putting in a lower high. It lines up with the idea of going up to 87.5-ish. 2 days also giving a volatility setup, while momentum is pointed up. That's interesting, and we're pointed up, about to get out of the bearish control zone as long as we're closing over 79,650. Daily is now contracting while volatility is pointed up, what I suspect will happen with the 2 day. And we are going to be pointed up above $76,950. We're very close to getting out of the bearish control zone as well. Where's the projection? Yeah, on this next close, it's projected to be at the edge of the bearish control zone, unless you get a pump from here.
It'll be a Donald pump, just a great pump. Seen lots of
The most
pumps.
beautiful pump of all time. I've seen a lot of pumps. They told me, Mr. President, how do you pump it like this? 4
What a
hours getting
doji.
volatility. Yeah.
Sorry.
4 hours
Sorry,
getting
I'm staring.
volatility. No, you're good. 4 hours getting volatility contraction from the double extreme. And the double extreme kind of, the first extreme was to the downside, second extreme was to the upside. No, it was also to the, where did we start expanding? Yeah, it was on this candle, and then we kept expanding on the move down. So I guess the mean reversion right now is playing out to the on a bounce, and we are rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and we're going to remain to the upside as long as we're above $79,950. So right now on Bitcoin, all of the high time frames are aligned to. Let me look at Tether dominance for a second. Tether is also pointed to the upside, about to get out of the bearish control zone, with very close to giving a volatility setup, and momentum is pointed up on Tether as long as you're above 4.11%. And based off of a setup like this, where you broke above this meme line, came back to back test it, and you have momentum to the upside, likely going to come up and test this meme line right here, right around 7.13%. 2 week is also pointing to the upside with volatility expansion and a derp of life, and you're pointed up above 4.16. 2 week is close to giving a silver cross as well. Weekly is just about to fire off a silver cross to the upside on Tether. Weekly is currently pointed up currently pointed up. It's close to flipping down. It will flip down in 2 days, 9 hours if you close below 5.72%, which would line up with that bounce for the next 2 weeks on Bitcoin, with the bull moon as well. 5 days 5 days currently flip down on Tether dominance. It's rejecting the critical zone, and it will be. Is that a higher high? I can't tell. That's slight lower high. That was very close to putting in hidden bearish divergence, but didn't do it. And it will be pointed down as long as you're below 5.78. 2 days also pointing down, rejecting the critical zone. It will be pointing down below 5.85. And daily is also currently pointed down below, rejecting the critical zone, and it's pointed down below 6.06. But you gotta notice, whenever momentum is pointed down, it's coming with volatility contraction, telling you you're likely going to put in a higher low before going higher. And 4 hours freshly flipping down after the double extreme, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and we're pointing down below 5.75. It gives me more confidence for my long idea now. Momentum is off.
Why? I'm sorry, why?
Because Tether is flipping to the downside in a higher low posturing.
Got it.
All of the weekly and below on Tether is all flipped down.
Got it.
So on Bitcoin, all of the high time frames are aligning to the bear side. You have multiple different signals telling you we're likely in a bear market. On the monthly, you're putting in bearish divergence on every single momentum indicator. You have low volatility, just like you did right before the Luna setup. You're about to put in bearish divergence on the quarterly. Every single time frame is flipped to the downside. The only time frames that are currently flipped up are the low time frames, and they're giving you with they're flipped up with volatility contracting, telling you you're likely going to put in a lower high. 2 day is close to giving you bullish divergence, and that would target somewhere around that 87 to $88,000 area. Very, very high probability you would be able to you would reject there, and you would have a very, very close invalidation. If you were wrong, you could probably go pretty high leverage short there, and from there you probably go somewhere around 69,000 for a little bit of a bounce. From that $69,000 bounce, I would expect that to fail and eventually come to somewhere around the low 60s. That one is probably the one that gives you the bigger bounce to somewhere around 75K. That one probably still ends up rejecting. This whole thing probably takes a couple of months, and then you probably end up somewhere around low to mid 40s. I'm kind of currently leaning towards that area holding and being the bear market bottom. If it doesn't hold, then we probably go to 30K. But either way, we're no more in the fun market, or fun if you want to look up. We're fun if you want to look down now. Bear market.
Nice. So I
Abajo
mean,
only, senors.
yes, sir. We're all basically bearish. It's just the bounce. Is he going to bounce or not? Like,
Yeah, basically.
all right. Yeah, that's truly it.
Yes,
All right.
my idea right now lines up with that bull moon bounce and the fact that bear markets bounce higher than most people think they will go.
Yeah.
It's not to reverse the trend.
Yeah,
I'm just
4
praying.
hour. I mean, it's
Ideally,
ahead.
I agree with that because like I was going in on Monday that the daily EMA 100 is going to get tapped, but then when I'm just viewing the daily trend, I just I have to just look at it like it would be dirty to put a lower high here, but then also on the flip side, it would be dirty to flip the trend, go up to the daily EMA 100, reject, and then just nuke from there. So you could say both, I guess, but until then, that's why that
Flip,
last lower high is just
very,
important for me.
very fucky to flip the daily trend and keep the weekly trend.
Yeah.
All the narrative on the internet is going to be, oh, the daily trend has shifted.
87. So basically $88,000.
That'll
$88,000.
be
Thank
a
you, boys.
generational short opportunity.
Yeah, I
agree with
think
that.
so too. We just got to make sure that other people aren't waiting for that area.
I'm going to drop some turtles at the pond.
Do it up. Let's do Roblox and Chipotle because we never get to those guys, and I feel so bad every single time I see them here. Sounds good. Ramón, me preguntas, cabrón, ¿qué pedo con las alertas? Ya chingamos. Ya tengo un teléfono acá. Ya, para los que no sepan de qué estoy hablando, tenemos las alertas de precio para que lleguen directamente en su teléfono. En vez de que les mandemos un correo y vengan a checarlas. La razón por la que se tardó fue, intenté abrir otra línea en mi teléfono, en mi línea no les voy a decir qué proveedor, y que da igual. Y era un teléfono ¿cómo se dice? Del que no aceptaban, básicamente. Entonces luego alguien más me habló a las horas y me dicen, güey, alguien se robó tu teléfono y están intentando cambiar tu cuenta. Y le digo, no, soy yo. Y me cerraron todo. Entonces ya abrimos con la de Belén, si se pudo, pero nos tienen que mandar un SIM card. Entonces esperaría que este SIM card llegue más tardar este fin de semana, pero ya tenemos todo el desarrollo hecho de las alertas para que me dejen de estar chingando. No, más que entendido, pero ahí está. Es eso y... Wait, what? Entonces ya vienen, eso es eso. Voy a darles, ahorita voy a darles Bitcoin, pero quiero que también sepan que vamos a hacer Chipotle y Roblox después, porque sé que no les ha llegado a Bu y a, ¿cómo se llama? Bu, Ramón, también sé que Filemón, quieres ver ISR, que Ismael siempre preguntas por IQ y no lo vemos. Vamos a intentar hacerlo todo lo más rápido posible. And I think, boys, if you can, we can look at Chipotle and what's it called? Chipotle, Roblox, whatever you want to do, and just look at, like, for example, when we find, like, I'm looking at the 3-day and I'm looking at it like fighting the EMA 100 and using the 9 as support. This is going to be like, just like, if we can hit him hard and fast so that people can see them, and then we'll jump into deeper stuff with whatever needs to be deeper. But I think we should just start with that if possible.
Cool.
Thank you. Gracias. Alex.
Grass ass. No worries.
Grass ass, son. Ok, estamos viendo Bitcoin en la tabla diaria. Esto es parte de lo que estamos buscando en este momento. Estamos definitivamente en una tendencia bajista. Estamos en un mercado bajista. Esa es nuestra completa opinión de esto. Y ahora le estoy enseñando Solana, que es idéntica a la puta tabla, pero ahí está Bitcoin. Estamos en claramente una tendencia bajista. Lo pueden ver por acá. Estamos ante resistencia de todos estos promedios, además de la línea meme que viene en diagonal. La pregunta es, ¿vamos a tener un rebote antes de continuar cayendo o ya vamos a caer? Esa es la pregunta del siglo, sobre todo ahorita, porque si pueden notarlo, estamos ante dos diferentes tesituras. Wow, ¿qué es una tesitura? Para empezar, no sé. Dos diferentes situaciones de resistencia. Justamente acá, de poder romper esta resistencia, este movimiento debería ser algo violento a la alza. Entonces, la pregunta que tenemos ahorita y donde estamos un poco en medio es, ¿vamos a rechazar acá ir para abajo o vamos a poder subir esto? Fuera de esto, estamos en un mercado bajista, no va a cambiar la tendencia, vamos a tener un rebote durísimo y muy probablemente nuestro rebote vaya a acabar acá en los 89 y dar continuación a la baja. Eso es lo que esperábamos cuando llegue ese rebote. Ahora, el trade no está en hacer un long de aquí a acá, aunque hay varios que estamos en long, hay varios que estamos en short, por justamente donde estamos ahorita y todo lo que estamos viendo. ¿Ok? Con eso dicho, vamos a la trimestral rápido. Vamos a intentar hacer esto lo más rápido posible. Es viernes, sé que todos se quieren ir a chupar, ¿no? Lo que vayan a chupar, da igual, sea alcohol o otras cosas, partes del cuerpo de sus seres queridos. Felicidades a todos ustedes. Qué bueno que los quieran en casa. ¿No? Obviamente tendencia alcista, todavía la cosa es cuando ves un gráfico trimestral, que una de estas velas son 3 meses, toma tanto tiempo en cerrar una vela que muchas cosas pueden pasar. O sea, de esta vela que cerraste acá, ¿no? En los 59,000 estabas de a huevo y 3 meses después cerraste en 35,000. Bastante triste, pero llegaste también a la casi la parte baja de la última vela en los 28,776. Que es interesante, esta podría ser la zona de mayor tragedia si es que se llega a dar en altas temporalidades. Por ahora, estamos viendo que habíamos visto nuestra volatilidad de tener el empuje hacia la alza del precio y ahora está yendo de lado junto con el precio y es en donde estamos. Tenemos una vela algo topera, no diría 100%, y acá tienes un doji. Un doji es una vela de indecisión que no tiene, que básicamente tiene el cuerpo, la parte gorda en medio, es muy delgada o puede ser ancho también, o puede ser un poco más ancho y está justamente en medio de la vela y es lo que estamos viendo, propulsándose del promedio del 5 que está en los $76,000. Ahora, lo que pasó acá es Momentum flipó. Para poder flipar Momentum a positivo, tienes que estar por encima de $93,000. Antes eran $48,000, $49,000, lo que lo hizo ir bastante arriba y eso nos pone en una postura para ver este gráfico bajista, por más que se vea alcista, así tal cual lo estés viendo. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual, aquí es donde empezamos a poner las cosas interesantes. ¿Por qué? Uno, volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda su historia acá preparando un setup. Este setup, recuerden, esto es nuestro indicador de volatilidad, lo pueden picar acá, BBWP, B de bebé, B de bebé, W de Walter, P de expertos en tarifas. No, güey, la P no es de expertos en tarifas. Ok, no importa, solo lo quería decir. ¿Y qué más? Bueno, sí, nuestro índice de volatilidad. Volatilidad es la línea de colores. Nuestra línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Consideramos expansión de volatilidad cuando pasan varias cosas. Una, cuando cruzamos por debajo a encima de la línea del promedio. Ese es uno. Dos, cuando se mete por debajo del 15% y después dispara a la alza. Esa es otra. Y básicamente ya. Por ahora tenemos volatilidad preparando un setup buenísimo en el punto más bajo de la tabla, lo que nos dice que el próximo movimiento con volatilidad va a ser agresivo, fuerte, sea para arriba o sea para abajo. Además de eso, tenemos una vela completamente topera justamente acá. Tienes después la caída. Una vela topera, recuerden, es una vela donde el 25% del tamaño de la vela, del cuerpo, el cuerpo es 25% del tamaño total de la vela o más chico y está en la parte baja. Y esto es, ¿cómo sabes y cómo se confirma la vela topera? En la parte de abajo de la vela donde llegó el precio en los 91,000. Cualquier cierre por debajo de 91 lo hubiera confirmado. Y ahora, ¡pum! Ahí tienes el putazo para abajo, aguantando soporte en el 9. Ya vean cuántas veces hemos tocado el 9 y acá me van a decir, pero acá también lo tocamos un chingo, Alejandro. Correcto, ya es un chingo de veces en total. Mientras más bateas un soporte, más probabilidades tienes de romperlo a la baja. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 5, estamos hoy por encima del promedio del 9. Esto es, lo pone en una postura bastante de indecisión, que es justamente lo que nos está enseñando esta vela. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 80,866,000. De perder esto, faltan 19 horas para cerrar. Vamos a ver una caída en nuestro siguiente promedio, al promedio del 21, es lo que nos daría más probabilidades, por ahí de los 67 a 69,000 dólares, dependiendo de qué vaya a tocar primero, si la línea meme o nuestro soporte. Bueno, no, depende, y también esto va a continuar moviéndose a la alza. Les voy a poner el HPDR para que también puedan ver dónde está parado esto y por qué lo decimos. Ahora, tienes la media que nos está rechazando. Lo puedes ver justamente acá. El rechazo de la media. El rechazo de la media, el único soporte que tenemos es justamente los 80,000 con este promedio del 9. De ahí, siguiente soporte, mi estimado, la parte baja de la zona azul en 66,800. Pero antes tienes la línea meme y también tienes el soporte del promedio del 21. Así que es como se vería. Y de nuevo, vienes a la parte baja de la zona azul. Recuerda, tus probabilidades continúan hasta el 61.8%. Ese es un 55,571, que es más o menos donde está el promedio del 34 mensual, ¿ok? Ahora, la alza recupera los 90,000 dólares, básicamente, y eso te debería llevar a la parte alta de la zona azul en 112,500, pero por ahora se ve bastante bajista, bastante pesado, etcétera, en la mensual. Vamos a la de 2 meses, a la de 2 semanas. Bien, hice 2 semanas, no la cagué. En la de 2 semanas ya tuvimos nuestro rechazo de la media, tuvimos nuestro rechazo de la zona azul, justamente con esta vela topera. Es que ni se ven las velas, esa vela topera, es una vela de hija de puta. Vino, rechazó nuestra, ¿cómo se dice? Nuestra línea meme en los 89, en los 88,979, además de que nos rechazó el promedio del 9, el promedio del 5 y nos aguantó el 21. Esto nos pone justamente en nuestra otra línea meme en los 82,182. Esta es la zona crítica a romper para abajo si somos bajistas y para arriba y mantenerla si somos alcistas para poder ir a la zona de los 88,000. Por ahora tenemos nuestro promedio del 21, que es lo que nos está aguantando en los 81,446. De nuevo, zona crítica. De perder esa zona, vas a ir a la parte mínimo, a la parte baja del 61.8%, por debajo de los 80,000 dólares, y de ahí te debería llevar hasta el 34, que está en los 73,000 dólares. Tienes esta vela topera, cualquier cierre por debajo de 81,151 confirmaría esto, y faltan 2 días y 9 horas para cerrar. Nos está dando un doji en este momento, quiero que lo vean. Voy a quitar los colores del arco iris para que vean el doji. Doji, hijo de puta, una vela topera. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es cerrar por debajo de esta vela absolutamente topere. Una vela topera, hija de puta. Cerrando por debajo de eso, nos vamos para abajo. Cerrando por arriba de eso, seguimos aguantando y tenemos otro chance de ir a buscar este rip. Recuerden, en mercados bajistas, los impulsos a la alza son mucho más fuertes que en un mercado alcista. Es lo que a mí me gusta de este mercado bajista y por lo que estamos acá. Ahora, volatilidad en la de 2 semanas se está preparando un setup. También tenemos divergencias bajistas en la RSI, en el estocástico, en lo mismo que vemos en la mensual, en la trimestral, etcétera. Así que eso se continúa acá. Y también tenemos nuestra volatilidad cayendo por debajo del 15%, preparando un cero potente por acá, para después irse a la alza, explotar y hacer mucho dinero para aquellos que están bien posicionados en esa operación. La semanal nos había dado este setup de volatilidad potente, donde tienes volatilidad nula por 1, 2, 3, 4 sesiones, básicamente un mes, y después tienes la expansión sobre el 15%. La expansión del 15%, la primera vez que lo podemos ver es justamente acá. ¿Y qué pasó? Literalmente nos tiró un poco más y se está yendo del lado de la volatilidad. Así que, pinche setup culero no funcionó para nada, no nos dio nada. Lo que sí les puedo decir es esto. Continuamos en este mismo momento. Esta es una gran vista de la tabla. con tu resistencia, simplemente no la puedes pasar y ahorita tienes tu 34 y tu promedio del 5 justamente acá en los $83,000. De poder vencer los $83,000, también estarías casi rompiendo esta línea meme y te daría otra probabilidad de ir a esta zona. Primero los 85, después los 86, después los 89 y ahí esperaríamos rechazar, porque cualquier cosa por encima de eso en los 91,000 está revirtiendo la tendencia. Ahora, eso sería final y todo. No, en un mercado bajista todo puede pasar, sobre todo estos rebotes tan absolutamente potentes que podríamos ver en el precio del Bitcoin, esos movimientos fuertes para acá y después para abajo. Recuerden, nadie sabe exactamente dónde va a quedar. Lo que me llamaría la atención es si todos ustedes empiezan a poner atención a cuando esto rebote oficialmente y que todo el mundo lo vea y que todos estemos de acuerdo, ¿dónde van a querer hacerle un corto a Bitcoin? Si lo van a querer hacer con nosotros en 88,900, si la gente empieza a decir 92,000, 95, 100,000, me interesa saber eso, porque donde más piensa la gente que vamos a ir es donde no vamos a ir. ¿Ok? Entonces vamos a empezar a poner atención a esas cosas. También la fuerza relativa de Solana. Solana estaba ahorita tocando los $120 en lo que Bitcoin corregía. Eso para mí fue, Bitcoin no se puede caer porque Solana es el primero en caer. Solana es para mí el indicador adelantado de todo este pedo. Entonces he estado usando Solana como referencia y ahí vamos. Ahí vamos, digamos, ¿no? Con nuestro trading bastante bien, honestamente, muy contento con lo que he aprendido de estos maestros. 5 días. 5 días. No sé por qué todo tiene que sonar como Donald Trump, perdón. 5 días lo mismo. Tenemos el rechazo, el promedio del 5 en los 82,727. Poder romper eso nos va a llevar a los 84,500 por lo que estoy viendo en esta tabla. De ahí, recuerden, a la baja, nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los $71,000. Por ahora la volatilidad también está contrayendo, así que no tenemos nada de qué alardear. Tienes una vela topera y su continuación, por cierto, a la baja. Esto va a ser una corrección. Esta vela topera está activada, en mi opinión. Entonces, yo daría 1, 2, 3, máximo 4 velas para dar seguimiento a esto. Después de eso empiezan a bajar las probabilidades de dar seguimiento a la vela topera, pero por ahora seguimos ahí. Faltan 4 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta de 5 días. Esto fue como cerró la vez pasada. Así que cerrando aquí abajo, confirma nuestra vela topera de acá. La de 3 días en realidad es una de mis tablas favoritas de Bitcoin. Ahí está. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene el perfecto soporte justamente acá en los 80,266, que es lo que ha estado jugando como loco. Y también tienes perfectamente tu resistencia en los 83,123. Y también te está aguantando el 5 como soporte por acá, junto con la línea meme. Pueden ver que tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja justamente acá. Y lo que dice la ley es cualquier oportunidad de retesteo en el 9 es bueno para hacerle corto. Pero quiero invitarlos a pensar que muy probablemente el retesteo ocurra en el 21 y ese esté en 86,550. Puede ir el retesteo más arriba, pero normalmente si no es el 9 es el 21. Es lo más común en este tipo de setups que estamos viendo. Vela topera, confirmación de vela topera y ahora está jugando esta. No me voy a caer, no me voy a caer. Además de eso, en el gráfico de 3 días, estás viendo cómo volatilidad está por debajo del 15%, preparando un setup para todos nosotros. No el más bajo de la historia, pero un setup nada menos. Diaria, volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo del promedio. Están viendo justamente lo que estábamos diciendo con todos nuestros promedios. Estamos ante el promedio del 21 en los 82,518. Si podemos vencerlo, nuestro siguiente objetivo son los 83,800. Y recuerden, seguimos viendo esto una y otra vez. Podría parar en los 83,300, pero lo que les quiero enseñar es esto. El HPDR. Y también lo quiero poner en el de 3 días. ¿Por qué? Porque acá no solamente tienes tu cruce plateado, es justamente lo que les estaba diciendo. Tienes también la media del canal. La media de la zona azul está en los 85,895. Lo que me dice, una vez que rompas los 83,000 a la alza, te va a dar el movimiento para acá. Acá ocurriría el rechazo de la media, como ocurrió en la de 2 semanas o ocurrió aquí atrás, y ese rechazo de la media te debe llevar al 61,8% mínimo, si no al 78% o más para abajo. Y es un poco lo que estoy viendo. Diaria, se los había puesto acá, media está en 84, 500 y la parte alta en 87, donde se junta el promedio del 100 y el 200. Esta zona me llama mucho la atención. Tengo ya mis cortos prehechos, pero de nuevo voy a estar todos los días viendo, todos los días. Necesito saber lo que la gente opina para poder ver dónde absolutamente no vamos a tocar. Y ahora no porque estén mal y yo bien, es simplemente donde más gente piense que algo va a pasar es lo que menos pasa y es simplemente naturaleza de nuestra realidad, damas y caballeros. Así que se las voy a poner sencilla una vez más. Los bitcoins, déjame les quito esto. Bitcoin está en una clara tendencia bajista. Estamos esperando ese rebote absolutamente estúpido que pasa en mercados bajistas y ese rebote lo que no sabemos todavía es si llega hoy, si vamos a rechazar acá, ir un poco más bajo y después dar el rebote, si el rebote va a llegar hoy y vamos a ir directo a los 86 y de ahí para abajo. La idea acá es para los valientes. Long de acá a los 80 y tantos mil. La cosa es, la operación más fácil de todo esto es el corto, a donde llegue el precio. Si es acá, si es acá, si es acá. Esto, el corto, va a ser la operación más fácil. Y recuerda, el promedio del 200 tiene que ser retesteado una vez más. Entonces puede que hagamos esto y a cierto punto vengamos al promedio del 200 y ahí caigamos. No sabemos todavía. Lo que sabemos es que nuestra tabla de 2 semanas nos está dando los mismos setups que nos dio lo que pasó justamente antes de Luna, del colapso de Luna. Y eso va a pasar tarde o temprano. Lo único que estamos aquí al pendiente es el rebotito. El rebote, mami. El rebote. Vamos a estar al pendiente con ello. Ok. Boys, who's next? Alex, I got your chart. Let's go. What is this? This
Okay,
is
cool.
Chipotle.
So Chipotle, yeah, no. So it's very basic. I mean, we're watching for either 42 like 80 to get hit or the SFP at $47. So we got that SFP. We even reclaimed the 9. This was going to basically guide our bias for a move right back up to 52.35. So as long as you're above the daily 9, you have a move up to 52.50. There you're looking for a rejection zone. Essentially, this meme channel here ideally will hold, and you'll form just simply another lower high there. If we go and view now the weekly, you're getting confluence of this idea being somewhat of resistance because of the EMA 100 and the 9. Notice how well the 9 has been holding us down on Chipotle. There's a reason for that. I mean, it was massive support going up. Generally, if you are in a bear market or going down, you have to be gauging the weekly 9. But on top of it, also the weekly EMA 100. Now you get back above, call it $52.50 on any weekly closure, and Chipotle is going to look really good to do some busting action to $65. BBWP here is still expanding, and we see here, really volatility expanding means that Chipotle price just goes down. But again, you're just kind of playing this zone. So daily EMA 9 holds. You get to move up to $52, $52.80. There you're looking for weakness. If we start taking out, let's say, April 2nd's high, it'll be good confirmation that the weekly possibly is going to reclaim the 9. And then at that point, you're going to be looking for a move all the way back up to $64. And then, you'll be gauging if this will be triple top potential or we actually just form a major bottom here at the weekly SMA 200 front run. This keeps moving up. It matches wherever price is currently, and we just kind of go up. Because what you'll notice on the macro is that weekly SMA 200 is very important for Chipotle. We have front ran it before, and those have marked major bottoms. So we're at a very important spot to pay attention on Chipotle. Till then, though, we were gauging a bounce. We've gotten it. Do bulls hold the 9, or do we deviate this 9? Does this turn into some kind of toppy candle to losing the 9 before rallying up? Not taking out essentially 51.50 and then dumping down towards $47. So, in summary, you're gauging the daily 9. That'll just basically be the easy trade. Above the daily 9, you have a real move, a real shot of going above around 52.60. There's a big zone though. You're gauging this high. You start taking this high out, it's going to bode well for potentially the weekly reclaiming the 9 and the EMA 100. Generally on Chipotle, anytime you do reclaim the EMA 100 on a weekly candle, you do see expansion after it. The question just will be, does that expansion Is it sustained, or does it just lead to a nice bounce that then ends up getting sold off? So overall, it's a big zone. It's kind of easy trading with Chipotle if you just adhere to this, range channel. You're gauging the weekly 9, the EMA 100. No need to make it complicated. This EMA 100 has been rejecting us for now 4 weeks. And so you're going to be using that as your metric, your line in the sand. If bulls reclaim that, things are shifting. Chipotle's probably going to go back to around $64. Till then, you're gauging 53 to like 50 to reject us here, and us to come down. And then ideally, the daily loses the 9 to confirm that. You can already see the daily's trying to turn a little sour here with with what we know on ES1. I will just say you want to just be cognizant of ES1 across the board for stocks and crypto. This starts really closing above 5,330. Chipotle then maybe can actually hold the 9 and then push up to the $52 range. Not this chart, this one. So it's really just dependent on this daily 9. That's it. So
that was great. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And then for another quickie, we got 1 second. IQ.
Sweet.
That's the Chinese TikTok. Yeah, it's a Chinese TikTok.
Looking like shit. Yeah, that's not looking good. You need to ask their quants what's going on, because this isn't looking good, boys.
My quant. Can someone please get a quant over here to tell me what's going on with this, with the price of this item? All right. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo Chipotle. Estamos intentando hacer análisis rápidos de cosas para la gente que llegó un poco tarde al chat acá en Elite Trading Academy. Pero acá lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Lo que quiero empezar es 2 semanas solamente para que vean la tendencia de lejos. Obviamente alcista, pero estás creando nuevos mínimos en esta parte, por lo que esto se vuelve bajista y es lo que tienes que poner atención a. Esta va a ser una zona muy importante de soporte, ¿ok? ¿Dónde queremos buscar? Vamos a ponernos en la 9. En la 9 tenemos la fabulosa M de McDonald's y tenemos este alto, la divergencia bajista. Esta es la divergencia que nos dice vamos a crear un nuevo bajo más bajo. ¿Y qué es lo que sigue? Un alto más bajo. ¿Dónde va a ser ese alto más bajo? Nosotros creemos que existe, y aparte tienes un cruce plateado a la baja semanal, existe una alta probabilidad de que ya lo hayas visto con esto en 52. Después de romper los 52, tu siguiente nivel para ese cruce plateado van a ser los 54 y ahí creemos que vaya a ser el rechazo. Para simplemente invalidar esto y ser alcista, lo primero que tienes que hacer, y esto es bastante fácil, lo primero que tienes que hacer es poder superar este promedio del 100 y el 9 que te están rechazando en este momento, y una vez que lo superes, vas a poder regresar, retomar esta línea alcista y esperas poder cruzar sobre el nivel de los 54. Una vez que te lleves este alto, perdón, en los 55. Una vez que te lleves ese 55, sabes que nos equivocamos y que esto se va a ir a la luna. Pero por ahora lo que tiene cara es bajista. Y en la diaria vamos a darte el paso a paso para poder encontrar esto. Lo primero que tienes que hacer es retomar tu promedio del 9, que es donde estás cayendo en los $49.27. Ese sería tu primer objetivo. Hasta recuperar tu 21, 34, retomar esta línea meme acá, romper este máximo en los 50 y... Ahora te digo exactamente, no lo puedo ver. Sí lo puedo ver. En los 52.32. Arriba de los 52.32 vas a tener un muy buen chance a treparte por acá. Pero lo que nosotros pensamos es que ya viste este alto más bajo y ahora vas a dar continuación a la baja. Ahí está, de nuevo, simplemente en tu promedio del 9 diario. Ese va a ser tu primer gauge, luego 21, luego 34. Tienes la línea meme acá en 51.69 y después este máximo. De romper todo esto y después los 54.68, estamos equivocados y esto va a la alza. Una vez más, creemos que no va a ser el caso y estás viendo cómo está rechazando todo y es del libro. Es lo que me gusta de las acciones, muy fáciles. Alrighty, Mr. Farhan, what do you got? And I need to bring you back. There you go. There you go.
All right, let me share my screen. What was I doing again?
What were you
Roblox.
doing? Roblox.
Robux?
Yeah.
Robux.
By Mr. Robert Lux.
That is the most insane thing in the world. This is definitely a simulation.
The ego on this man. So the short idea is playing out very beautifully. I was just a little bit early to it. Because we got
It's
stopped.
beautiful on
I
on
wasn't,
on Roblox.
yeah, I wasn't expecting the it to go all the way back up to almost hitting the 100% range again. So this barely stopped us out and then completely nuked. From that stop loss right here, we've dumped about 30%, 32% actually. Wow. So we all learned a lesson there. Sometimes it actually will basically just search you out specifically to take your stop loss before it dumps. On the, see if we have any data. Oh man, that quarterly closed so ugly. If only we didn't get stopped out. And you got, like, sure, people will say that it's not a shooting star, it's a doji because it has a long wick to the bottom. But a doji after a massive move up is not bullish because it signals indecision after moving to the upside. Momentum is now breaking down on the monthly, just about to lose the bullish control zone. As of now, volatility is contracting. So it is telling you that this uptrend likely does stay intact, but that could bring you all the way down to this median. And that median currently sits at like $45. And that would be from here another almost 20% move to the downside. There's still a lot more to a lot more to fall before it's really reversed at all. And right now, to invalidate that move to $45, you want to see a close over $65.17. If that happens, then you're probably going to retest these highs one more time, and at that point, you're probably going to break them. But as of right now, the trend is shifting towards hitting somewhere around that $45 area. Start to lose $45 and close on monthly below this median, then you're probably going to erase this entire rally and probably breaking these lows at around 29.55. Probably going to go to somewhere around $25. 2 week right now is struggling to maintain this bottom 38.2%, while momentum is breaking down, approaching the bearish control zone. Volatility is very close to expanding to support that breakdown. That likely does happen if you lose this 38.2%, and that's likely going to bring you to retest these lows over here, right around 30-ish% or $30-ish. Weekly is very, very close to breaking back into that 38.2%, with momentum currently pointing to the upside, getting out of bearish control zone. Volatility is currently contracting, telling you this is likely going to be corrected. And right now, we do have a sell signal on the jewel with the pink has crossed below the yellow. So as of right now, we're still below this 38.2%. If we can get a close over that 38.2%, that would likely give us a target of the median, which probably does move down. It'd be interesting to see it come down somewhere around this zone right here, right around like $61 to maybe $60 flat. High probability it rejects and then comes back down towards somewhere around that $45 area. 5 days also pointing to the upside with contracting volatility. 5 days currently over the 38.2%, which would, if you can get a close over it, would give you a target of that median right around 61, 62, 61, $62. 2 days currently flipping back down on momentum, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility is still expanding. We're still below the 38.2%, and we're about to get it pretty close to getting a fresh silver cross to the downside. And it's very interesting to see that that silver cross lines right up at that 38.2%. So even if you get a movement to like 57 to $60, it would be bearish, and it would just be filling this gap right here. Daily is also flipping to the downside with volatility expansion. The only hope even is that the daily is starting to lose its sell signal, but you're about to freshly get the pink crossing below the yellow. That also lines up with us strongly being under resistance, and we could see a move into somewhere around this $58 area, $60 area to retest the silver cross, 38.2%, but likely it does break down from there. 4 hours also flipping back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, while volatility is pointed pretty strongly to the upside and once again expanding. And now the 4 hours flipping to a buy signal on a jewel and breaking out of the bearish control zone. The likely lands up a little bit higher into that 58 to $60 area, likely rejects that area and then lower. Check the RSI. Robert Lux.
Robert Luxurious. It sounds like Robert Lux. Do you watch Family Guy by any chance?
No.
Oh, there's one where he goes, there's a guy named Robert Loggia, and I have no idea what he does. So they find Robert Loggia somewhere and they encounter him, and he goes, "My name is Robert Loggia. R as in Robert Loggia. O as in, oh my God, it's Robert Loggia." And he just keeps going the whole time, just talking about it. It's fucking amazing. I don't know why you reminded me of that. I'm sorry. Go on.
I was more of a Simpsons guy.
Yeah, I liked them
Before
all.
it was gay. Before it was.
Yeah, of
So
course. I liked them
on
all.
the on the weekly right now, a little bit of sombering information. We got 3 drives of bearish divergence confirmed, and it will be active as long as you're closing below $63.78. So even
Oh,
that bounce for $60 would just be a lower high, but that would be an awesome short entry if you could get in at $60. Your stop loss would be basically 5.74%, and then you'd be looking for $45 from there. That's 25% in your favor versus 5% against you. That's 5 to 1 odds. Pretty good.
low leverage.
Yeah, you could maybe 5x that and still make out good.
Yep.
5 day as well has many drives of bearish divergence confirmed. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below $63.78, and your next target is going to be about $44. See what the weekly one is. About $50 on the weekly. So the 5 day one is a little bit more accurate than $44 because it fits my bias more. Come on. Daily currently has active, 2 day currently has active bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, and it will be active as long as you're closing above $50.10. And your next target it would be somewhere around that $58 to $60 area. Daily as well has many drives of bullish divergence active within the bearish control zone. Will be active as long as you're closing over $50.10. And your next target is right around 59 to $60. 4 hour as well has bullish divergence. All the low time frames have bullish divergence. And your target would be right around 58 to $60. So it does seem like we will bounce towards that area. Ding. Monthly momentum is freshly flipping to the downside, breaking out of the critical zone, and it will be pointed down as long as you're below $69.60. Oh, very nice number. And oh wait, no, we don't have any history for here, so I couldn't look at any divergences. 2 week as well freshly flipped to the downside, breaking out of the critical zone, and we're pointed down below $74.80. Weekly pointed down as long as you're below $59.21, and it's doing that off the back of expanding volatility. 5 day pointed down below $57.16. 2 day freshly pointed down, rejecting the bullish control zone and pointed down below 56.55. Daily is starting to flip up, and it will flip up with contracting volatility if we can close above $53. And 4 hour is currently flipped to the upside with contracting volatility, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're below $51. So the high time frames on this are freshly starting to flip to the downside. It does look like this trend will hold, and we've put in our next macro lower high in a series of lower highs and lower lows. What's likely going to come is the most bullish scenario possible is we go to somewhere around $45, make another higher low, and then go up from there. Still possible. It just doesn't seem likely with the monthly trend. We are flipping monthly momentum to the downside. The hopium is that monthly volatility is contracting, but momentum flips down. 2 week is flipped down. Every single time frame is flipped down except for the 4 hour and the daily, which are currently flipped up. What makes it what's probable based off of that is we're gonna and they have bullish divergences that we bounce up to somewhere around $58 to $60. That area is very likely going to reject and probably take us down to somewhere around $40. If you can close it daily, maintaining that $40 level, then you probably retest these upper $50 to $60 areas. Start to lose $40 though, you're probably going to erase this entire rally and probably going to break below $30. So right now I am leaning towards a little bit of a bounce, which you are getting right now towards 58 to 60, reject 40, probably going to get a bounce off of 45, maybe just upwards to 50 again. If we're bullish, we'll start making some bullish structure there and regaining 50s and maybe consolidating before we try up again. If we're bearish, we're going to break 45 and go to 30.
I think we're going to go to 30, sir. And we just measured this stupid triangle, which is basically from 50 to 70. That's $20. Deduct $20 off 50. That's 30. Look at my analysis. Holy shit. People right now are like, thank God I'm watching this. I'm learning so much right now. Thank you. All right. We're doing IQ. We're doing... Okay. After this, we can get into regular stuff. XRP. After
XRP.
Alex. Yeah. XRPP. Ok, estamos viendo Roblox. Lo queremos hacer lo más rápido posible simplemente para darles tiempo a todos de pedir más tablas. Ya saben, el análisis profundo lo hacemos con los Bitcoins. Pero por ahora, ¿qué es lo que podemos ver en Roblox? Te los voy a poner ¿saben qué? La de 2 semanas, carnales, para que lo tengan acá. Roblox ha tenido un excelente rally después de haber, obviamente, lanzado en el 2021, haber encontrado su tope justamente acá en los 141.60 y de ahí ha caído brutalmente. Llegó a llegar un máximo histórico, bueno, un máximo local por acá en $75 y ahora estamos cotizando en 56. ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Se acabó el mercado alcista? Básicamente sí. Habíamos logrado hacer esto. Un segundo. Habíamos logrado hacer esto. Habíamos venido desde el fondo por acá en 29, aunque el fondo está por ahí de los 26, 25, no me acuerdo exactamente. Venimos hasta acá, tuvimos un gran rally y después de ese rally tocamos techo y vamos cayendo. Este fue el retesteo. Y si lo pones en la diaria se ve mejor. Roblox no tiene tanta información, pero pueden ver el claro rechazo justamente por acá y cómo vamos en tendencia bajista. Ahora, ¿qué esperamos? 1, retesteo de A, nuestro promedio del 100 en los 57, justamente acá. B, nuestro retesteo del 55 en 59. O C, nuestro retesteo en la zona de los $60. Una vez llegando ahí, cualquiera de estos tres, creemos que va a dar continuación. Siguiente objetivo va a ser justamente por donde está más o menos pasando nuestro SMA 200. Creemos que esta vez sí lo vamos a romper y vamos a ir a dar continuación a la baja. Por ahí de los 47. Aquí encontrar un rebote, un alto más bajo y después dar continuación a esto. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos mal? Simplemente tienes que llevarte este máximo en $63 para arriba. Si llegas a tener cierres por encima de $63, vas a estar ya una vez más tendencia alcista y vámonos para arriba. ¿Ok? Listo, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo sabes que estamos en lo correcto? Simplemente, una vez más, no pasando de esto, nosotros creemos que no va a pasar de $60, ahí es donde vas a rebotar. Y si ponen atención, podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 100 es la línea roja que viene por acá. Lo que pasó fue, lo perdimos, retesteamos, hicimos un SFP y lo volvimos a perder y venimos al retesteo. Para mí los 57 puede que sea donde encontremos ese siguiente techo y para abajo. Pero definitivamente Roblox bajista temporalmente y creemos nuestro objetivo del fondo de mercado bajista sería por ahí de los $30. Si todo se ve muy mal, que nos lo pone cerca, un poco cerca de los mínimos de antes, pero sin romperlos. Ahí lo tienen. Esto es Roblox, damas y caballeros. Alex, I'm ready for IQ. Well, I'm ready for IQ. Definitely would love to have some, but sadly,
yeah, maybe not.
Very low. Very low.
Let me go here. IQ, and definitely do check the group chat, Alonjo. Some interesting stuff.
Oh no, I hope it's good. I'll be right
there.
It's
good. It's good. It's just stressing me out a little bit. So
okay.
End result is it's very good, actually. Very good, honestly. So let's go and look at IQ. So IQ honestly is not looking good to me. Let's go look at the macro real fast. And what you'll notice is we just made a new 52-week low. Anything that makes a new 52-week low at this point needs to just be taken off your watch list. This is a no trade zone, no investment zone. This is a dead chart. Very much so like Nike. It's just a dead chart, and I'll show you why. What you'll see is you're under all the major moving averages that I use. If we go and throw the SMA 200 on, which is on now, we'll go and throw it on the weekly. this is now under every single one. Harsh rejections on the weekly EMA 100. This is what happens when you lose a weekly EMA 100. You absolutely capitulate down, and then that needs to be looked at as major resistance. On top of it, the weekly now is still firing off and giving us expansion, which is really not good considering we've just made a new 52-week low. So this is telling me that, you'll notice as we've lost all the meme lines, we're now in the gray zone of the chart. Could draw another one here just showing how effed this is. But now you're in the abyss. I mean, this literally has the potential to go all the way down to like the 95-97% range at like $1.25 to $1.30. But I mean, at that point, you're just gauging the next lower high. So IQ is really not good. I can't even find any good things about this chart. Monthly's in a fresh breakdown after rejecting the median and the 9. And so the hopium now is that this can just get bought up. We close the monthlies above $1.85 and then make a move. We make our move back to the median, maybe around $2.40. But if this closes anywhere under $1.83, this will be in monthly breakdown posturing with weekly BBWP supporting that. Yeah, this is a fresh move. And what we've seen in the past is this at this point in volatility, we can hit the extremes. So with that said, you'll notice there's a big drop down to the 78.6%, and that is right around that 126 mark. So really, I mean, this chart's looking like it wants to go down another 20%, assuming that, right, bulls don't press up here and close above 185 on this monthly. But until then, this is looking not good. The 5-day is also in breakdown posturing with a 5-day BBWP confirming, that this move is not just getting, like, it's not finishing is what I'm saying. Just because you made a 52-week low, often when you have 52-week lows, or 52-week highs, people often get into the mindset of, oh, well, now it has to go up. No, it definitely doesn't have to go up. And volatility is definitely telling you that this is not anywhere near stopping. We're basically, let me see here, we're basically in this zone. Like, volatility is the same zone here before we had that next leg down. The next leg down on this 5-day, would be right around that 120, in my opinion, 95% zone. So what we have to gauge with volatility, this contracted. So that's it, really. I mean, you're at the 97.5%, but these will move. And I mean, look at this drop down to the 100% under $1. So, I mean, this just is not looking good, in my opinion. Even the 12-hour 9 seems like a easy place to reject here. If we ended up moving up, you'd be gauging the next lower high to be right around 180. So that 180 is very important. Seems like major resistance for IQ. IQ looks very weak to me on all time frames. It's in breakdown posturing, and there's really no reason to be buying this unless you hate money, in my opinion. There's no reason to long this, and there's no reason to buy this. The only reasoning behind this is just to short it. But at this point, you missed an easy few years of shorting this, or at least a year of shorting this, and now this is just more where you just sign off. It's cooked, boys. GG. Take it off your watch list, and you get alerts. You look at this essentially when we get back above that weekly 34. You get back above the weekly 34, great. Maybe we can make a move up to like $3.70. Until then, I mean, it's just going to confirm that any move up is just going to be sold off and turned into a lower high. And you essentially have to move up from this point 50% for me to even consider looking at this again for any kind of investing or long standpoint. So till then, just literally get this off your watch list and just not even look at it anymore.
But it's the Chinese TikTok.
And I know that was kind of brutal, but it's just, sometimes that's just how these are. It's like, I should have looked at the quarterly too, but I'm sure that just looks disgusting. So there's just, with these charts, there's just no reason. There's no reason. And if we're really going to be bullish, and like, let's say this is going to be the next thing, like, it'll tell you that. The charts will tell you that. I mean, there's very few things that look this shitty and then end up being a gem, right? It's like, okay, cool. Even on your green line there, it's like 280, or I can't read it, but around the $2, you start getting back above there. Yeah, the 269, you start getting back above there, right around the weekly EMA 34. Great, we can start looking at this again. Till then, this is just a dead chart.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
After this, we got 1 second. Tesla.
Sweet. Okay, cool.
Thank you. Ok, esto es IQ, el TikTok chino, aunque no lo crean. Bueno, quién sabe. ¿Era el TikTok chino o Amazon algo chino? Está en una tendencia bajista y no mames, ¿no? Todo el mundo lo puede ver, ¿no? Viene todo desde acá arriba, etcétera, y continúa yéndose para abajo. Y esto es básicamente lo que vimos la semana pasada, o cuando lo hayamos visto, que fue completamente cierto. ¿Qué fue lo que observamos? Que tenemos este máximo, este máximo, este máximo, y habíamos dicho que muy probablemente acá íbamos a tener el retesteo bajista, pero ni eso hizo. Una vez que rompió esta línea meme para abajo, junto con los promedios, simplemente colapsó. ¿Qué nos dice la tabla? Estamos ante un rebote importante. ¿Por qué? Porque si pongo mi HPDR se van a dar cuenta de esto. Estamos bastante abajo ya del rango y necesitamos mínimo un rebote como este, ¿no? Para poder continuar cayendo. Y ese rebote, pensamos nosotros, puede ser tranquilamente hasta la zona de los 2.12. Ahora, también podría venir a retestear la parte alta de la zona azul en los 2.39, que sería también un retesteo bajista, esta línea meme rompiéndose, pero no se ve bien para nada esta cosa. Nada, 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 nada. ¿Cómo sabes que estamos mal? Sencillo. Llévate este máximo acá en 3.34, que es literalmente hacer más del doble de lo que vale ahorita. Ahí es donde te darías cuenta que esto está bien. Esto es simplemente otra de esas tablas que continúa en caída y lo mismo que habíamos comentado antes, lo tienes que mantener en mente, que es justamente estas cosas. El alto más bajo, y luego ni siquiera retesteamos esta zona y para abajo, cabrón, bolas. En la semanal se ve clarito. Tu siguiente zona de interés debería ser tu promedio del 9 en los 208. Y de nuevo, una vez que retomes los 208, no que lo retomes, que lo retestees, muy probablemente vas a caer de nuevo a crear un nuevo mínimo. Y si no, el 21 te va a aguantar. Si no está el 34, podrían ser los 244. Una vez más, eso le da confluencia a mi línea meme y a mi bias en esto. Y es justamente lo que quiero que veas, ¿no? Que pueda hacer tranquilamente uno de estos retesteos, venir acá, ese que precio es 242 y continuar a la baja, creando un alto más bajo que este y dar continuación a todo esto. ¿Ok? Vale. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Puta madre. IQ. XRP es lo que sigue.
Ay,
XRPP, señor.
it's clean.
It's been mean. 195's been holding. It's been mean.
What a fucking piece of shit.
God.
Come on, sometime today. Sometime today.
There you go. Oh, your chart's loading?
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, that's the goal.
Yeah, I'm trying to switch to this and TradingView is crapping out. Oh, I think let me switch back to Wi-Fi. My Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Alright. It is very gay how it does that. I have unlimited data in America, but in Mexico I only have 4 gigabytes.
Yeah, I know. It's so stupid.
Now let's switch to XRP. Alright. So XRP on the quarterly, it's funny how this actually does look better than Bitcoin, despite us putting in this shooting star candle right here, because we do still have quarterly momentum pointing to the upside while volatility is still expanding, and we still have a buy signal on the jewel. That is pretty funny. Although it's not really going to matter if Bitcoin nukes. The one worrying factor though is that we did have this shooting star or doji, whatever, but we broke the wick low of it. So uh, that does add into the bearish camp that we might break down from this point. confirmation is going to be losing this 5 EMA. Once you lose the 5 EMA, you're probably going to come back down to the 21. And right now that 21 lines up below $1 at like 87, 88 cents. Quite the breakdown. And right now this 5 is bouncing, and you're getting quite currently like 24 to 30% above that 5 bounce off that 5 EMA, but it's not quite reversed yet. And the reversal on this is going to be very difficult because you're going to have to close over the all-time highs at $3.40. But if that does happen, that should probably launch you up solidly into the fours. And switch down to the monthly. Monthly is showing an opposite sign, however, which lines up with the bearish view, is that momentum is breaking down, losing the bullish control zone. Well, at this moment, losing the moving average. Well, at this moment, volatility is contracting. Once it starts to lose the 5 EMA on a closing basis, this is going to be the first time that we've lost the 5 EMA on a closing basis since around 49 cents. It's going to be a significant change in market structure, and this volatility is going to start expanding with momentum to the downside. Probably going to quickly nuke to somewhere around $1 at that point. Again, last time momentum shifted down freshly on the monthly was back over here in September of 2024 when price was around 65 cents to 50 cents. So just what we've had already is quite significant. And the last time we've had that was when price was about 3 times lower than what it was right now. 2 week is already flipping down towards momentum as well, and it's very close to breaking into the bearish control zone. And volatility is now expanding from 0%, while the jewel is giving off a God mode sell signal. It's looking quite bad. We're very close to losing that 2 week 38.2%. Once we lose that 38.2% at $2.03, this is likely going to dump towards somewhere around $1.18, $1.09 for a bounce, and then eventually towards 87 cents. Weekly is starting to flip momentum up, it's still below the moving average and still in the bearish control zone, while volatility is still expanding very close to contraction. Right now, the weekly is giving you an epic sell signal on the jewel. Let's mark with a vertical line whenever we got the signal. Cross happened right there. Mark a little bit before the cross. Right there. Do we not get another one up there? Oh, there we go. Oh, notice the date. Oh, we don't even have that many. That's it. How much did we go down? Not that much. 18.6%. This one was bigger. This one was about immediately 53%, and then 75, 74.5%. All right, how much have we gone down so far? About 33%. Let's take it to that 50% number. Brings us perfectly to that 100 EMA at right around $1.20. We haven't really touched that 100 EMA since the breakout. So if we are bullish, technically, you could put in a higher low here, which you would likely get a strong bounce because you're at the 97.5% of the HPDR. But the way to confirm that bounce, though, is as of this moment, you'd have to close over $2.59. That seems a little unlikely once you're down at $1.20. 5 days already flipped up on momentum above the moving average and getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is now contracting, and it goes along with us holding the bottom 38.2%. So if we can't see a bounce from here, I would expect it to get somewhere around $2.12 to $2.22. Very, very high probability it rejects there and breaks down towards 120s. 2 days also pointed up and getting out of the bearish control zone, and volatility is now shifting down, going at about 29%, very close to a full reset, while us deviating the 100 EMA. As of right now, there is a silver cross to the downside, so and we are rejecting the 100, the 9 as of the moment, which is basically a front run of it. If we were to get a little bit higher and reclaim this 9, which is at about $2.05, Could see a little bit of a move higher into $2.20 to tap this silver cross and this 38.2%. Although that is just going to be another lower high before a lower. So the like it's not a if when we go lower, it's just more of a when. Daily is already now starting to flip down on momentum, making it probable that that tap on the two, that front run of the 9 was it, and we're very close to breaking back into the bearish control zone. Now, volatility is also very close to expanding on that. The invalidation will be if we of going down from here is if we close over this 38.2% at $2.02. But as of right now, we are over the 38 below the 38.2%. Makes it more likely that the high is in, and we're probably going to roll over from here. 4 hours now flipping back up on momentum, getting back into the bullish control zone with volatility support. It's interesting. And the jewel is once again giving you a bicycle on the 4 hour, maintaining the bullish control zone. So it does tell you that if as long as you hold the 55 EMA, you probably are going to go a little bit higher into that $2.20 area, and then you roll over from there. Check to the RSI. It's too far back for that divergence. I was about to say there was some bearish divergence, but it's too far back. 5 day currently has active three drives of bearish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're closing below $2.34. And your next move is going to be losing $1.61, probably brings you to that $1.30-ish area. Does it line up with any of our RSI targets? No. 3 day has many drives of bearish divergence active as long as you're closing below $2.34. Your next target is going to be somewhere around that bearish control zone, which sits at 155. And your RSI target, your EMA target will be right around $1, where you probably get a pretty strong bounce. Lines up with the psychological $1 low. 2 day has active hidden bearish divergence as long as you're below $2.09. And your next move is quite low, probably gets bounces before then, but that's at 73 cents. Probably bounces at that $1.30, $1.20 area first, and then $1. Daily right now is active bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing above $2, $1.72. And your next target would be somewhere around that neutral zone, which right now is at 220, right? Exactly around that local high area. And 4 hour, just like what we mentioned before, that very likely the lower high is already in, and that will confirm in the next 3.5 hours with the hidden bearish divergence as long as we close below $1.984. Let me zoom in a little bit so I can get a better view. No, it's actually not that number, it's this one here. That would be 1.994. And that will give us a target at a minimum of hitting the bullish control zone, and that level right now is at 1.91. The neutral zone from there is at 178, and the bearish control zone is at 155. I'm thinking that 155 area, so a little bit below there, like around 130 gets hit. Let's move over to the momentum. Excuse me, Mr. Robert Locks. It's time for Brad Gargling House. Quarterly momentum, interesting, is still pointed to the upside, and it's pointed up as long as you're above $1.07. I wonder what the pivot was before. Let's go back a little bit. Come on. Oh, it was previously 79 cents, so it went up quite a bit. Still not above what price is though, so it's still pointing toward the upside with volatility expansion. Monthly is now shifting down, however, it's still pointed up, but it will shift down if we close this month below $2.73, and it will be a rejection of the bullish control zone. Right now, 2 week is already flipped into the downside with contracting volatility, and it will be flipped down below 271. Once you start losing this 21 on a 2 week closing basis, though, that likely to start to get expanding volatility. Weekly is already getting expanding volatility with momentum down and a derp of death, and you're pointing down below 234. 5-day is also pointed down with expanding volatility and pointed down below 211. 2 days starting to point up with expanding volatility, but volatility is very close to contraction, and it will be pointed up above 180. And right now we do have that silver cross to the downside. So we do see another continuation up somewhere around 205 is the first area, and then 220. Daily is also pointed to the upside as long as you're above 172. And 4 hours now freshly turning back up, maintaining the bullish control zone with contracting volatility. So as of right now on XRP, all of the high time frames are starting to align to the downside, except for the quarterly. The quarterly is the only one that's still pointed up with a pretty bullish pivot. Although I would pay more attention to the monthly, which the monthly is now freshly turning to the downside, and it's going to flip down as long as we close below 273. The only time frames right now that look bullish in the near term are the super low time frame. They would probably go somewhere around 220 to retest that 2-day silver cross, and then likely rejects from there and probably takes us somewhere around 130s to 120s for a bounce, and then for a bigger bounce is somewhere around $1. And I expect that bounce from $1 to eventually fail and find ourselves around somewhere around 87 cents we'd have to reevaluate around 87 cents. Probably goes lower, but I'd have to see then for the significance of the bounce that we get at that zone.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that. 1 second.
De nada.
Perdón, denme un segundo. Ando organizando mi vida. Just putting my life together. 1 second. All right. XRP. Motherfucking Mr. Garlic Bread. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, between my wife leaving and all this shit. Ok, vamos a ver. XRP, el dinero del futuro, damas y caballeros, ¿no? El que todos los economistas muy potentes dicen que se va a ir a $21 antes de que sepamos. Nadie está diciendo que no, pero tampoco nadie está diciendo que sí, ¿ok? Estamos viendo XRP en la semanal. Saben ya del pompazo, vamos a simplemente echarnos para atrás como siempre. Rápido, y sí, ya lo tenemos acá en pantalla. XRP, bastante juguetón, honestamente. Esta es la vela de tope más grande que he visto en toda mi vida. Es la vela topera más potente de toda la historia. Para confirmarla, lo único que tenemos que tener es un cierre trimestral por debajo de 1.7. Una vez que lo haces y cierras por debajo de esta vela, esto debería de dar la continuación de esta caída. Ahora, esta vela misma lo puede hacer porque ya lo ha hecho, pero todavía faltan 2 meses y 20 días para poder cerrarlo. Con eso dicho, vamos a analizar un poco más a detalle rápidamente lo que estamos viendo. Habíamos visto volatilidad extender este movimiento, expandir este precio verde, pero ahora está yéndose de lado y de cierta forma contrayendo, aunque no oficialmente, y esto ya no está empujando el precio en la misma dirección, por lo que ya no podemos contar con volatilidad para que sea nuestro secretito para adelante. Ok, eso dicho, vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, tenemos, es lo que justamente les iba a decir, esto es un patrón de tope, véanlo acá, donde tienes las dos velas tal cual y son casi, no son casi el mismo tamaño, pero bueno, ves el punto porque la segunda sí fue. Entonces, con esta ya lo viste, tienes otra vela topera justamente acá, mensual, y esta vela topera se va a confirmar con un cierre por debajo de 1.9. Todavía nos quedan 19 días y 8 horas para cerrar esta vela. Estamos por encima de todos los promedios. El único que no estamos empezando a perder el 5 en la mensual. La fuerza de Ripple, de XRP, comparada con todas las demás criptomonedas, es honestamente, vale la pena decirlo, ¿no? Es algo que te guste o no te guste esta chingadera, tiene demasiada fuerza. Uy, el mercado se volteó verde, lo sabía. Lo puta madre sabía. Por eso su tío Salvo está en long, no mamadas. Ok. Bueno, quién sabe, ¿eh? Pero también, ¿no? Ahora, me estoy echando muchas flores. Puse nada y había puesto para comprar más abajo y nunca llegó. No ha tocado mi número todavía para entrar fuerte. Entonces, si me ven que digo, güey, no, es que bien me fue hoy, voy a ganar, si me va bien, $1,000, $2,000. Pero si me va bien. Así que nada, no, no es nada bueno, porque no tocó mi buena bolsa. En fin, continuamos con esta estupidez. Con mi estupidez. Volatilidad está contrayendo, lo podemos ver por acá. Esto quiere decir que ya lo que había hecho toda esta volatilidad se detiene y creo que es la confirmación de el poder verlo simplemente. HPDR, puedes ver que llegamos al 88.3%, nos rechazó el 78.6% con esta vela topera y estamos justamente acá. Lo que nos continuaría es el promedio del 9 y aparte la parte baja del 61.8%. De romper esta zona, el 1.7, también estarías confirmando esa divergencia, esa vela topera en la mensual, además de, me parece que divergencias bajistas en la misma mensual. Así que atentos por acá. No, eso es 2 meses. 2 meses, gran vela topera. ¿Qué toperas son estas velas? No, ya veníamos de ahí, Alejandro. Felicidades, despierta, ponte a trabajar, haz las cosas bien, mano. En la de 2 semanas, bien, empezamos a ver. Venimos acá del 80 y, ¿qué fue? El 90 y tantos por ciento. Sí, el 95%, nos rechaza el 95%. Después llegamos, caemos a la zona azul, lo pueden ver por acá. Volatilidad había tenido ese gran setup de jamás, ahora está contrayendo. Y dentro de nuestro HPDR podemos ver, déjenme quito el promedio del 5, que nadie lo necesita en este tipo de temporalidades. Tenemos el rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul. Caímos, esta es una vela topera. Después intentamos retomarlo. Por ahora estamos peleando con la resistencia que nos está dando el promedio del 9. De no poder romper los 2.2 a la alza, olvidémonos de los 2.4. Y muy probablemente lo que sigue es la parte baja del 50%, pero cuando estás cayendo o subiendo en el HPDR, a mí personalmente lo que he notado muchísimo es que el 61.8% es como casi una garantía. Y eso nos pone en 1.68, bastante abajo de todo lo que hemos visto importaría en las temporalidades altas para poder cerrar negativamente esas velas. Así que pongan mucha atención por acá. Semanal, un poco de lo mismo, más adelantado, ya en el 61.8%, tuvo la caída y hizo un flush de liquidez hasta el 78.6%, y le hizo un front run al 55, que está en 1.5. Si somos alcistas, nos gustaría poder retomar una vez más los 2.14, que también estaría por encima de los 2.11 del promedio del 21 en la semanal. Eso nos daría más tranquilidad, pero por ahora no tenemos nada. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo, está expandiendo a la baja, pero no continuamente ni fuertemente. Así que no nos está dando un setup claro en volatilidad diaria. Súper fácil. Diaria tienes el rechazo del 38.2%, a menos de que ocurra un milagro y puedas ir al 2.11, que una vez más es donde está tu media, donde está tu promedio del 21, donde también tenías tu promedio del 21 en la semanal, que es bastante importante. ¿Por qué? Porque de llegar a perder esto y de no volver a tomarlo, esto está cocido. Lo único que te va a quedar es qué tanto. Primer objetivo sería para mí el 61.8%, que son el 1.936, pero los 1.87 se abren al ver que nuestro promedio del S&P 200 está por acá. Es esta línea morada que viene de acá abajo. Y esto de romper y no aguantar nos llevaría al 95% en el 1.6, y eso nos pone una vez más, ¿dónde? En justamente donde se confirmarían las velas toperas. ¡Ay, su madre, cabrón! No mames. Ok, perdón. En XRP queremos ser alcistas. Lo que tenemos que hacer primero es poder barrer los 2.11. De barrer los 2.11, los 2.23 serían siguiente objetivo. Ahí cambias la tendencia y estás diciendo, bien, aguantó. Pero por ahora, de perder, y yo lo estaría viendo en la diaria, 21 y S&P 200. Este va a ser tu rango, padre. 21, S&P 200. Lo primero que ganes para arriba o para abajo es lo que te va a decir para dónde va esto. Por ahora somos Estamos esperando simplemente crear un nuevo alto más bajo para poder dar continuación a la caída. No sabemos si ya lo hizo acá, si se va a venir a esta zona y ese alto más bajo para hacer un corto se va a dar en los 2.11 o si ya definitivamente vamos para abajo y este tope de los 2.08 fue lo que fue. Así que ahí tienen XRP, damas y caballeros. What is next, Tesla? Tesla, my son.
Yeah. Let me get that going. All right. Let's see what's good with Tesla, because I know it was like up 20% 2 days ago. 22%. Crazy. Got the nice bounce on the 216, went up, hit the 34, came down. So let's see what's good with Tesla now. So it's very simple. You're just gauging the daily 9 to be resistance. You ideally want today to close under that. That way it holds this SFP. This is the bearish retest. Then we can start moving down. I do think Tesla can easily come, around 230 in my opinion. And then that's going to be important. Like bulls are either going to try to grind out some structure here and then go up, structure, or, we lose 230 and we end up coming back to the 215 range. I'm going to be really questioning if 215 is going to hold. If we end up coming back down to here, if we take the rainbow chart off, you'll just see we've kind of hit it a few times already. So if it ends up on a 22% bounce, reverting all the way back down, coming to 218, 215, you have to really wonder if bulls, longs here are going to just capitulate. We're going to go down to the next level, which is closer to that 198 level, maybe 185 on a wick. So Tesla's in a very precarious spot. We're getting weekly closures today. And what you'll notice is, we're trying to hold the weekly SMA 200 to get back above it because we did lose it. So, bulls are trying here, but it's kind of similar to what we saw in Ethereum. And I'll quickly say that here. When ETH had that major dump down, you saw here, what was it? It was on the 2-week, might have been. No, it was here. My bad. On this candle here, we were watching this zone, looking at the EMA 100 on ETH. After this major dump, we rallied up and we just couldn't get back above the EMA 100, ultimately leading to a major dump. I think personally Tesla needs to get back above this SMA 200, or I'm going to really question why did bulls do an epic rally of 15%, we'll say, and not get it back above that level. And that's a major level for stocks. I mean, the weekly SMA 200 is always going to be an important zone, but especially on stocks, we lose it. We end up going lower. I mean, generally you just go lower, and if you're really bullish, you should be holding it. Tesla's a new chart, so there's not a lot of data with this weekly SMA 200, but what I can say is, when you do lose it, it's not good. It's similar to this actually, where we had a nice dump from the low. Tesla bounced up 6%. Notice this though, never closed above the SMA 200. It did on the EMA 200. That's why I'm not mentioning this, because I don't really like talking about the EMA 200, only sometimes, only on certain occasions. But I'm focused on the SMA 200 always for stocks on the weekly. This rallied up, formed a nice hammerhead even too. You would have said, yeah, this is a hammerhead, higher low, but didn't get back above the SMA 200, leading at that point to a very nice dump down of 35%. So it's a big spot, big weekly close today. I just think that's as simple as we need to keep it under the SMA 200 in the weekly. Tesla's probably going to go back to 230, possibly to 215. You lose 215, you're going to go all the way down to 198s to 185s. It's a very big zone here. It's closing today. We're not too far from it. And if this even itches a little up, just a few doll hairs up, we will reclaim it. But if it doesn't, I'm going to be looking at this as possibly a short into next week. You very well could lose, not reclaim this. Next week, open up, reject the weekly EMA 100, and then down. That way then any horny short scaling this now get blown out in the beginning of the week. So that's the weekly view. You're gauging the SMA 200. You're gauging the daily 9. If we get a nice bounce across the board, ES1 starts reclaiming the level it's testing now, very big level on ES1 currently. If it wants to load anytime, messing up my flow here, internet. Am I tripping? Oh wait, that was SF. Okay, my bad. ES1 testing a very important zone here, so maybe it does reclaim this zone, maybe it doesn't. This is why it's very important today. If you start seeing ES1 reclaim that zone, Tesla's going green, bouncing, that'll be really good, because if Tesla goes green at all on this daily, it is above the daily 9 now, and that will be good. The hopium is at the no, not even the 5-2 is right by the 9, which is rare, but it is. So, yeah, I mean, Tesla's not looking good to me. You could bounce from here, yes, but in my opinion, I just think it's better to wait for the weekly if you're not positioned, because this not holding the weekly SMA 200 generally leads to downside. So, if you are short bias, you're just kind of waiting for this to confirm that or invalidate your short if this does get reclaimed. Because if this does get reclaimed, I'm not going to want to short Tesla at all then. I mean, until that gets lost, that's just generally you do, right? You reclaim it, you backtest it, you go up. You reclaim it, you backtest it, you go up. You reclaim it, you didn't backtest it, you just went up. And then here you reclaimed it, even on this candle, you backtested it and you went up. It just closed more like a doji. Reclaimed it, went up. So my point being, you do go up every time, mostly every time, once this does get reclaimed. So it should be just kind of on your radar. Big spot here, monthly 34. If you lose that, you're going to get a target to 173, in my opinion, which is the monthly EMA 100. And yeah, I mean, that's all I have on Tesla for a quickie. You're gauging today, get daily 9 and the weekly SMA 200. Really not looking the best though. 263 is very important for Tesla to get it, reclaimed essentially. Under it really does open up the possibility of this just being another lower high. And then, we're brewing potentially 180s to 190s on Tesla. I don't really care too much when you get like these kind of moves in days, like 22%. I don't really look at that as anything. Actually, I would have looked at this as a short. Why did we move 22%, stop at the 34? That's odd. Why did we move so high, stop at the 34? Why did we move so much, stop at the 34? And that's kind of like how you have to look at markets when we're down. It just can be like as simple as that, right? You then punt a short here, you have your stop there, and then that trade did print well, opened up nicely. So, ideally now Tesla stays under 262 and we just end up breaking down from here. All of longs at this point end up trapping themselves because, with volatility, it's fun and it's tradable and you can make lots of money, but volatility doesn't equal triggers. I feel like when they get into the market, they think volatility equals like triggers, trade triggers. Like, oh, Tesla's up 22%. Now I have to long it. There's no way it's going to go down. And then you do go down. This would have been a long trigger if you reclaim the 34 is how I look at the moving averages. Yes, it reclaimed the 9 and the 21 and the mean line. So what would you have been gauging into the next day? Well, the retest, it proving to you that this is going to hold. And then you can formulate a long, but when you get a 22% candle, it opens on a dump down SFP, and now you're just rejecting the 9. You just have to, as a short, look at this as just an opportunity. And this telling you, the 34 on Tesla is very important then. Because if it can stop a rally this big, that tells me that that's very, very, very important for Tesla to reclaim the 34 or watch shorting the 34. So that's all I have on Tesla. You're gauging the daily 9 and the weekly SMA 200. Let's check real fast. 4 hour. Yep, 4 hour possibly is trying to hold the 9 here. So if the 9 gets lost in this 4 hour close, not a good sign. Will look like a 4 hour lower high, in my opinion.
Nice. Very nice. The Tesla's going to go down, my friend. It's going down. I don't know why the fuck that came up, but I'm sorry.
Nice green dildo on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Almost 83. Not bad for a bunch
nice
of
My long is happy.
Yeah,
my short is not happy.
Well, my long is happy, but not really, because I was positioning myself in layers and it never went and touched the bottom one. So I'm like, yeah, it's cool. I'm going to make some money, but not really money, which, listen, Let's not complain about making money, boys, please.
Well, you're either going to get a very, very, very tight stop loss short here, and we don't take today's high out, and this is just another stupid thing, or yeah, you're actually going to break out, and Farn's right, and 88K is brewing, and Farn's about to make a lot of money on his long, but that's why today, again, I'll just say the daily on crypto is going to be important, because if Tether loses that support, you're going to have a big drop down just visually.
Visual for people. Oof. Next, yeah, I mean, you're basically now there. If you don't break this shit up to the upside,
yeah, then you have
it's just a 34. Look at your weekly 34. It's right there at 83. If you break that, 50% is next. 85,800 on the weekly. Let's go. Where's that? 84. Well, 84,000 on the daily would be first, and then the top of the channel is 87.
Or you're getting a very easy short right now. This is just playing the lower high. We're getting that, I think, inverse head and shoulders. Jeez. Sorry, someone called me. We're getting that inverse head and shoulders, I think.
On what time frame? No, and that's bullish. It would be just a head and shoulders.
No, head and shoulders. My bad. Yeah, I do that a lot. Let me check.
Me, by the way, me too. That's why I know.
Yeah. It's dirty, but it's the 30-minute. I'll share it because we did talk about this technically. I will say it, but it's dirty, so don't judge me. It is.
Oh dirty. Yeah, nice.
But so remember, so where I have that line here is my stop. I don't want this to get taken out. We did say I'm going to be scaling shorts here. You can stop shorting if that 30-minute 9 got reclaimed. So you could have cut there. Instead, I'm just going to be playing my conviction here. So, I essentially. Oh wait, no, this is my other account. Okay, I need to sign in. My apologies. Let me sign into that. But I'm going to add to my short on the other account. The idea now is this. You got that move up. I did say, literally, if you want to form a head and shoulders here, you're going to have to move up to like here then, the 82.8. So you have that now. It's possible. That hasn't changed because we've moved up. It's just now like I need to see bears push us down now. If I'm going to be really honest with you, we have to see this reject literally here. If this gets any much higher, it's going to invalidate this. Whatever measured move this is going to give us is going to be to the upside, and that's probably going to mean we're going to go up to the 84s, break that, you're going to 87s. So I'm not panicking yet. I'm going to actually sign into that, the account BTCC right now and add to my shorts. Why? Because it's just playing out on what I said could happen. So I have to then go with my conviction today. I'm not going to say, oh, well, now I'm out of shorts, we're going up. Well, no, we still could be putting in a head and shoulders here while bulls are getting quite horny. And also, if we go engage ES1 right now, what is it doing? Okay, so it's breaking out. It's breaking out. So that could be some confirmation of, okay, well, this does end up breaking out, and it holds the breakout.
I'm gonna reset the modem and see if I can turn the fast internet back on.
Oh yeah, do that. Whenever you reset it, it does end up appearing again. So try that. ES1 breaking out here could mean that Bitcoin might end up breaking out and invalidate this head and shoulders. Because I did say that ES1's kind of, in my opinion, it's kind of the easy gauge on how markets will go. So, well, but again,
where's the last view that you had it on? What's the time frame? So just go back. There you go. Okay, that is an inverse head and shoulders, which is bullish.
This is.
You can look at it. You can look. Oh my God. This is the craziest thing. You can look at it both ways.
Yeah, you're looking at this. I see it. That's funny.
How fucking nuts is that?
Oh, we're cooked, boys. We're cooked.
My bias leans towards the inverse one.
Sir.
Would you mind drawing out a target for that inverse?
Yeah, I'll try. I'll always try for you, Fine. Let's see. I think I do it this way.
What a real one.
And then I take it here.
Go up. There you go.
I'll fix it.
84,735.
Or we go. I think it'd be this. Yeah.
Yep. 70.
It's not as brutal. But in
It
this
seems
scenario, wouldn't you mean you'd have to play trend, wouldn't you? And so technically trend is
up.
it is up, right? It is up. Let me see.
I
Up,
would say
boom,
what you're
boom.
saying about shorting 83K actually now has in my view, has changed a lot
What do you
of in my view on that, and it's just because of something really stupid that I've noticed, because I'm staring at my exchange all the time at the prices.
Yeah.
Right now, whenever you get to 83, look at it on Bluffin, for example. When you get to 83 or close to 83, it spits back down fast. Like it goes fast down. So just like when he was on the long side, and I told you this wants to go up because he won't let us like stay at the bottom, and he goes up every time he touches the bottom. It's doing it the other way around. So that means it's not letting people comfortably get to 83 and add to a short, for example, if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I
So
mean I'm long, but yeah.
yeah, and like that's fine. Like I'm okay being wrong here. I'm not. It's not a pride thing. It's just there's nothing
Oh yeah.
telling me yet that this. There's just nothing telling me yet that this is going to break out. We very, like I said though, I very well will be wrong on today's close. I promise you all, and I won't be giving shorts until 88K. Because on Monday I did say the daily EMA 100. I just felt like that was a target. Bitcoin is at like 75. We pumped above 80s. But then I'm just like looking at the daily trend, and I've been there before where I want a level so bad, and it just like is looks screaming obvious lower high, like screaming obvious lower high, and I'm like, I just don't want to counter trade that yet. So we do break though, like we start breaking my stop loss and then taking out this high here on April 5th, and yeah, I mean, most likely going to see 88K. But until then, we'll have to really see now if bears can somewhat show up. They're I don't know where they're at. Where are my bear friends at? What the hell? I hope they're not long.
I'm here. I'm back, by the way. I'm back. I'm back to being a bear on the daily. I'm gonna sell my long right now. I'm gonna try to see if I can get to the 83,
Well,
and
yeah,
I'm gonna risk it all and
makes
go
sense.
down.
Like it does make sense. Like you do take out 83.3. This is invalidated. This will be to the upside. 85s are loading, and then it's simple to me because then you can just simply long the 21 on the daily because the 21's been holding us down. You can look at the 21 as a long spot. But until then, you're now getting a insane RR short. You have a entry here and you have your stop here. That's basically, it's free money. You're risking 0.5% now. So everyone on stream, if you were itching to trade, this is the best RR short I can give you right now today. You short here based on this pattern, and you have your stop here, and your TP will be right around here if you want to play the setup. But I think at this point we'll go to 74s. So we'll see. I hope I'm right on this, but I added to my short even. Yeah, so we'll have to see, won't we? I guess we'll know soon. How fun. And I really don't like trading against Farhan because he's usually right. So I will just say that. It makes me slightly uncomfortable when he's long and I'm short, but I'll play my conviction. We'll see.
And come on, just give me another little pump and I'll be out. Listen, this day has more volatility in my head than I've ever seen, but I love looking at price on these exchanges and what he does. And I legitimately think there's something to it. The fact that they won't let you get close to a comfortable positioning seems to really work. Which, I mean, it's really stupid, right? Because we're analyzing charts and all that stuff. But
Oh, I'm finally getting clown emojis on the Discord. This is good.
there you go. See? There you go. I'm gonna go with you on this one, dude.
I literally said this morning on the Discord, I said no clown emojis yet, would prefer them. Because I was wrong yesterday on the dump. Now we're getting them. So this will be kind of funny.
One second. Sorry, I'm opening my short. Come on, you son of a bitch.
And if I'm wrong, it's not me, it's the market voice. So just remember that.
Oh my God. Alrighty. I'll do Tesla. Buen pompazo de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver Tesla rápido, que es lo que estábamos viendo antes. Discúlpenos que hubo una... Está interesante, está muy interesante el mercado. Hay algo que a mí personalmente me encanta ver. Esto es algo que acabo de empezar a ver hace 3 días. Y es cuando el precio se acerca a una zona donde el precio va a ser lo contrario. Eso quiere decir, ahorita, junto a los 83,000, me empieza a tirar el precio, empieza a hacer esto, empieza a tirar, empieza a tirar. ¿Qué quiere decirme eso? Que no me quiere dar tiempo de abrir algo. ¿Me entiendes? Eso fue lo que hizo cuando tuvimos ese en vivo, me parece que fue el lunes, donde salió el corto rapidísimo. Estamos viendo eso ahora en corto, interesante. Y también un breakdown de Tesla oficialmente en vivo y en directo a todo color. Uno, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en Tesla? Vamos a poner la de 2 semanas, es la más clarita de todas las tablas, lo pueden ver por acá. Bastante fácil, voy a quitar un poco el ruido con todos los indicadores, un segundo. Ahí lo pueden ver muy... No, no se quitaron. Felicidades, Alejandro. Ahí están, lo pueden ver mucho mejor. Tenemos obviamente nuestro primer tope y ahora nuestro segundo tope de este mercado. Una vez más, me gustan los canales. Canales son líneas verdes. La parte de línea amarilla es simplemente la media del canal o donde encuentro que es la parte más importante dentro del canal para cambiar de precio y pueden ver por qué. Ahora, ¿por qué canales? Porque una vez que entramos acá, subimos y tenemos una alta probabilidad de dar continuación. La cosa es, básicamente este nivel de los 330 hasta los 270 es un nivel que si lo llegas a perder, vas para abajo, fuerte. Y si lo llegas a ganar aquí arriba en los 330, vas para arriba, altos históricos. A Tesla no le gusta estar tanto tiempo acá en este nivel. Ahora que lo hemos perdido y vamos en caída, en la de 2 semanas, podemos ver que estamos literalmente rangueando dentro de esta zona, de este nivel, pero en esta zona. ¿Qué estamos esperando y qué es lo que hemos visto? Una, esta fue mi primera entrada justo acá, en esta zona, volvimos a tocarla. Esto es bajista y continúa siendo bajista. No hay nada que nos haga cambiar de opinión por ahora. Voy a llevarlos a la diaria para darles simplemente la buena. Uno, ¿quieres ser alcista, carnal? Tienes que darte cuenta que el 34 nos ha estado rechazando una y otra vez y continúa cayendo. Bastante difícil poner un argumento de que esto se va a dar la vuelta. ¿Qué vergas está pasando? ¿Por qué no funciona mi teclado? ¿Se me apagó el teclado? Un segundo. Sí, se me acabó la batería del teclado. Deme un segundito. Tengo acá todas mis cosas listas. Oigan, por si estos incidentes pasan, qué bueno que estás preparado, Salo. No sé por qué mi versión de mí suena como yo borracho. Ahí está. Ahí está. Bueno, Lucid. Lucid interesante, honestamente. Aquí está Tesla. Ya puedo quitar estas cosas. Vale. Ok. En esto que estamos viendo, para que tengan esta idea, en Tesla, el S&P 200 lo perdimos en la diaria, que es esta zona importante, es este indicador y nos rechazó ya una vez. Vamos a venir a intentar ser rechazados una vez más, no lo dudo, pero esto va a continuar bajando. Ahora, la cosa va a ser, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar? Somos alcistas, lo único que tienes que hacer es llevarte estos máximos acá en los 291. Es lo único. Y acuérdate, Tesla se mueve en cantidades ridículas. Del fondo de acá que hubiera vendido por pendejo, no lo hice, un 25% en 3 días. Nada mal, diría yo. Y si estás usando en BTCC algo de apalancamiento, verga el varo que estás haciendo. Pero por ahora, primer objetivo a poder cruzar tu promedio del 9. Y también quiero que vean el HPDR para que se den una cuenta de cómo se está recuperando y estamos consolidando bajistamente. ¿Por qué digo eso? Habíamos estado aquí abajo y les había dicho, necesitamos consolidar para que suban los niveles y empiece a no verse tan ridículo que estemos tan abajo. Y es justamente lo que está pasando. Estamos en el 88.3%. Ahora, ¿qué necesitamos para llegar a la parte alta de acá? Y yo creo que sí es posible, una vez más lo voy a decir, en los 273. Lo único que necesitamos es ganar el promedio del 9 en la diaria, luego al 21 y con eso vas a tener este viaje asegurado a los 269, vamos a ponerle a mi línea meme, porque esto va a bajar y se va a ajustar de acuerdo a lo del precio. Y ahí podremos encontrar nuestro rechazo de la zona baja de la parte azul. Así que Tesla sigue viéndose bajista. lo que vamos a hacer es, seguimos haciendo estos altos, altos más bajos, bajos, bajos más bajos. Lo que vamos a buscar es un nuevo bajo más bajo. No sé por qué suena como una caricatura de los judíos. Acá en los 180 va a ser nuestro siguiente nivel a buscar, aunque creo que los 200 va a darnos un poco de pelea. Ahí lo tienen. Tesla continúa en la misma tendencia que todo lo demás en el mercado. Bajista. All right, Farhan, what's next? Do you even know? Did I even tell you? Farhan,
I don't
sir?
think he's there. I just got back from the
No, he
bathroom.
is. Oh. You were just not on it.
Oh, his internet.
Yeah, because I had to reset the internet.
I gotcha. Is that working properly? Did I tell you what you're doing now? Or not really?
No, you didn't.
All right, 1 second. Let me look at this. I mean, we already kind of took the S&P 500. I would count it as already looked at, right? Wouldn't you, boys?
Yeah.
Can we look at the VIX?
Oh, I'm not a VIX
You're not a
person.
VIX guy? Hang
I
on.
can look
Okay.
at it.
Then we'll do it after with
right.
Alex. For you, Farhan, I got 1 second. Johnson & Johnson.
Oh, vaccine maker.
Yeah, someone's looking for a little vaccination, huh? Just little vaccination action.
He just needs a little more pandemic.
Just a couple of more blood clots, and we'll be ready to go.
I don't know how to spell Johnson. Oh, here it is.
There it is, J&J.
I was just chopping. Maybe we have some data on here. Can we do we can do a yearly on this? Oh.
Well, yeah,
So
it's been around. Imagine, I was a baby and I had that powder that gives cancer in my ass. So
no, there was something I think they found, and there was asbestos or something like that.
yeah. Good luck, Alejandro. Wow, what a ranging piece of shit.
Yeah, and it's starting to look a little bad. On the quarterly, we got momentum to the downside within the bearish control zone. Trying to flip up a little bit, but still no hope of getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility still pointed up. And on the jewel, we're getting a God mode sell signal. So as of right now, we have lost the 5 EMA, which is ranging between the 5 and the 9. The second we start to lose this 9 EMA, that's where this thing dumps hard. And it's going to dump to the 21, sitting somewhere around $117, $116. That is currently from where we are at the moment, a 22 to 23% move to the downside. Although if we do get to that move to the 21 EMA, very, very, very likely at the very least is going to be not a macro, but very likely is going to be at the very least a medium-term local bottom. Probably going to get a strong bounce from there. And what I'm basing that off of is we're going to have momentum and volatility at very extremes at that point. So very high probability you're going to get a bounce from there. Plus, you're going to be well below the 88.2% range on the HPDR. 6 months is also pretty heavily in the bearish control zone with volatilities flipping up, and you've got the God mode sell signal. Right now, we have rejected the 5 and the 9 EMA, and as long as you're rejecting those, you're likely going to come down to the 21 at least, and that one's sitting at around 136, $140. Quarterly is now flipped freshly back into the bearish control zone after rejecting getting out, and volatility is now just about to start expanding. Sell signal, it did lose a sell signal, but it's now looking like it's probably going to flip back into another sell signal. As long as you're closing below this 38.2%, which is at about $160. As long as you're closing below there, probabilities are higher than not of coming down to that 140 area, right around this one, 78.6. Probably not lower because it would be so close to 55, probably close somewhere around 130. Monthly is also, just like the quarterly, freshly flipping into the bearish control zone with volatility flipping up from about 6%, 5%. And we have the jewel starting to lose the buy signal and flipping to a neutral signal. If we close below this 38.2%, which right now is at around $160, likely going to drop to somewhere around first 130, bounce there, and then maybe it's somewhere around 115 for this 200. 2 week is also pointing to the downside of momentum. getting out of the bearish control zone below the moving average while volatility is still contracting. Right now, the jewel is giving us, oh no, never mind. From zoomed out view, it looked like the pink had crossed over the yellow, but now it was already above it. So not really much significance. We're getting a move all the way down to this 38.2. This was a really fucky move. Almost took this low, but just quite didn't take it. And then bounced up from there, and now it's back over the median. This bounce is like 6.8% on a stock, on a pharmaceutical company. But as of right now, it's still leaning bearish, even if we are over the median, as long as we close below 38.2 at 155. As long as we close below there, probabilities are, even if we're bullish, that we're going to come back to retest this 38.2. And that's where we probably break down. Weekly is now once again started shifting into a fresh sell signal on the jewel, while the momentum shifts into the bearish control zone and volatility is now expanding, while we have lost 38.2%. And now we are about to get a fresh silver cross to the downside on the weekly as well. Once that confirms, likely gets that dump to 130. And this is a powerful silver cross, and 9 is right next to all of them. Same thing on the 5 days weekly with that silver cross. Momentum to the downside with volatility expansion. 2 days now starting to flip back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average, still in the bearish control zone with volatility contraction, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. And now if you look at the jewel, you're getting the pink freshly crossing below the yellow, or the dark blue crosses into the bearish control zone. Not looking bad. I mean, not looking good. I accidentally said bad. It is looking bad. So with this momentum to the upside, we're about to get a fresh silver cross on the 2 day. I could see if we continue to up somewhere around this 9 and 200, right around 155. Very, very high probability it rejects this area, and then you go to 130. Daily is doing the same thing as the 2 day with momentum flipping up, about to break out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is now flipping down, and the jewel has lost the sell signal. So if we do continue up, I have that same target with this fresh silver cross to the downside, somewhere around that 155 area, high probability rejection, and then 130 from there. 4 hours as well as the daily and the 2 day flipping up, getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is still contracting, and the 4 hours now giving a buy signal within the bearish control zone on the jewel. So if you do continue higher from here, same target somewhere around 154 to 155 in this area for a lower high and then rejection. So well, it's getting momentum on the yearly shifting to the downside. And it will be flipped down as long as it's below 185. The last time momentum on the yearly freshly flipped down was right over here in January of 2017. And then we came all the way down to the 9 EMA. We're at the 9 EMA right now. So hopium is that we end up holding this as we've always done, basically since ever, and continue to new highs from there. Start to lose this, you're gonna have something different going on. And probably at a minimum going to be looking at this 21, which we came almost to in 08, 09. And that's going to be your last stand for putting in a higher low and continuing up. Otherwise, this thing is fucked, and you're going to go down to somewhere around $60.
Don't say that.
Trump
Don't
makes
say
vaccines illegal. Imagine Trump makes vaccines illegal, targeting $60.
that.
6 months, it's still getting contracting volatility, just like the yearly. While momentum is flipping down, and it's going to be flipped down below 179. Oh, there's some bearish divergence on the 6 month as well. It's not confirmed though until you close below $142.75. That will
That's
then
not too
target that
far.
$100 area.
Oh,
That
it's right
happens.
here.
Yeah, if that happens, you're probably going at a minimum to somewhere around 120. Yeah. Quarterly is also freshly flipping to the downside, and it will be flipped down with contracting volatility as long as you're below 161.53 during divergences. Yep, bearish divergence on the quarterly as well. And it will confirm if you can close below $140.68. It's not far at all. Going to give you a minimum target of 130s to 120s. monthly as well as freshly flipping to the downside with contracting volatility. And it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $156.05. And if you notice here, momentum went higher than it did in all of these periods, while price is making a lower high, giving you hidden bearish divergence of the monthly. And it will be confirmed as long as you're closing below 169.99. And your next target on that hidden bearish divergence is sitting somewhere around $120. 2 week is very close to flipping to the downside, and if it flips down here, it will be a rejection of the bullish control zone, and it will flip down if you close below 150.84. Very, very close to that number. So weekly is now contracting after getting a double extreme, and it's flipped down as long as you're below 167.30. Is there any divergence here? Lower. No. Just close at 166.69. 65. Yeah, so there's some bearish divergence here because we have a higher high on price, lower high on momentum. And it is confirmed, although it won't be able to give any targets off of that. Maybe somewhere around, yeah, the most relevant target would be 120s to 130. 5 days also contracting. Would that be up off of a triple extreme? That's interesting. Rarely see those. And it's flipped down below 168.44. 2 days also flipped down, but we've hit 100% volatility. So very, very likely we're getting the mean inversion, which is already kind of happening right now off of that fresh silver cross that's about to happen. And we are flipped down below 160. Come on. Daily is now starting to flip up. It is currently down, but it will flip up in 2 hours and 44 minutes if you close over 146.02. And 4 hours freshly flipped to the upside with contracting. No, it's actually expanding again. It's about to give a double extreme with upwards momentum. And it's pointed up as long as you're above $144.08. So the high time frames on this on Johnson and Johnson, which was the worst of the three vaccines, if I remember correctly,
Yes.
all of the high time frames are flipped to the downside, and it is looking like with various divergences that you're going to go at an absolute minimum to hitting somewhere around $120. Hopium is you put in a higher low there, and then you can continue back up to hitting new highs. Bearish hopium is that you break down from that $120 area, and this thing is going to go towards somewhere around $60. Right now, the invalidation for all of this is getting a weekly close over 169.99, and then that'll send you back up to retesting all-time highs. But as of right now, it is looking like with momentum down in all the time frames, we are going to go towards 120s. But on the lower time frames, momentum is pointed up with volatility contracting, telling you could see somewhere around 155 to $160. Although I would look at that as a gift to short that, and very high probability you would reject, and then break down to 120s, a little bit of a bounce at 120s, reversal if it's going to be bullish, and then break down if it's not towards $60.
It's not relevant, but I couldn't agree more with your analysis of Johnson & Johnson, sir. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I sniff my own farts.
That's right. That's what I do every Monday. I just lock myself in my little house and I smell those puppies.
And I like to sniff my asshole too.
Wow, look at this. What a piece of shit, Johnson & Johnson. My God.
No, you're just funny. I was laughing at you.
Sorry.
Piece of shit.
Fuck these pieces of shit. By the way, this is one of the most boring stocks I've ever seen in my life. It's been ranging since 2020.
Shit gives me Innovix vibes, honestly. Innovix vibes on that one.
Oh,
it's a stable coin.
Yeah. But Innovix will have its day. I know it. One day it'll have its day. But Johnson & Johnson already had their day. It was called COVID. You got billions of dollars for free from the government, sirs. What you do with it, this. And now it's going down. That's it. Estamos viendo Johnson & Johnson. Para que te pongas un talquito que te dé cáncer, una vacuna que te pueda matar al instante. Ven a Johnson Johnson, prueba nuestros productos. Tal vez no sobrevivas, pero ven a Johnson Johnson, cómpralos. Ándale, ya, cómprate un productito de Johnson Johnson, no seas gato. Ok, estamos viendo la tabla semanal de Johnson Johnson. Les voy a poner la de 2 semanas. Hay demasiado ruido en esta tabla. Odio esta tabla. Es simplemente rangos, rangos, rangos. Este rango empezó en el 2020. Entonces hemos estado rangueando en todo esto del 2020. Y si en realidad hiciera una paralela, y ahí les va esto para que lo puedan ver honestamente que da pena. Si abres una paralela de acá a acá, ve esto. Entonces, ¿cuál sería tu siguiente objetivo? Por acá más o menos, ¿no? De acuerdo a la caída de esto. Y puedes verlo bien que ha funcionado la media de esta misma paralela. Está en tendencia bajista. No tenemos que ser genios para entender eso, para poder empezar nuestro siguiente análisis. Estamos en tendencia bajista. Altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Tienes este alto, que es un alto más alto, pero formaste un bajo más bajo por acá. Y ahora la pregunta es, ¿no formaste un bajo más bajo por acá? Esto puede ser alcista. Lo que personalmente y nosotros creemos es que esto en corto plazo va a venir acá a los 158, encontrar pared y continuar para abajo a su siguiente nivel, que está por ahí de los 133, o poder ir tal vez a nuestra línea meme y hacer esto. Pero todas las temporalidades son bajistas menos las más cortas, donde nos dice que estamos ante un rebote. Es lo que pensamos que vamos a ver. Y también les pongo todos los niveles acá para que puedan ver. Esto va a ser una final de explosivo. ¿Por qué? Cuando tienes todos los promedios, sobre todo en una temporalidad como la de 2 semanas juntos, y acabas de perder tu promedio de las 200 sesiones, a la baja. La cosa es, ¿ya te vas a ir para abajo? No, porque creemos que esto tiene que engañar a la gente, que no, que esto fue literalmente la forma de retomar el promedio del 200, ir para acá, encontrar con pared y ahí sí comérsela enterita. Pero lo va a hacer rápido, lento, quién sabe. Honestamente, se tarda demasiado y hace el mismo movimiento una y otra y otra y otra y otra y otra y otra vez. ¿Cómo sabemos que estamos mal? Sencillo, encima de los $169. Por encima de los $169 deberías de poder hacer máximos históricos. Es así de ridículo esto. Máximo histórico me parece que está en 186. Sí, 186. Y has rangueado en los $100 desde el 2016. ¡Ta madre! Ok, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Johnson Johnson. Honestamente, qué asco, brother, ¿no? Alex, what were you going to check? Oh, the VIX. Yeah, you're muted, sir.
Yeah, the VIX. Let's do that. All right.
Talk about green dildos.
Yeah. Let's look at that. What do we have drawn here? What was I thinking? Okay. Yeah. So it's like you just want 33 to hold, essentially, and we're almost there. We've hit it 2 days ago, and then nice bounce. I mean, from that point, you should be a VIX trader. Damn. 66%. So, we're still like kind of in lower high structures here. So it's just more bearish posturing. So I think we easily can go a little more down, but you're essentially gauging the zone to hold here, specifically the 9. If you like moving averages on the VIX, I don't know if they work, but they're here. But I do know meme lines sometimes work, and for now, you're just kind of wanting this zone to hold. Exactly what I posted here. If we can just hold this zone and consolidate, what this will do is shed some volatility potentially off, giving us potentially more of a way to go up. Because with this maxed out, we've already hit 60. You have to really question or wonder if stocks are bottoming here when we did hit 60, because with what we know on the VIX, we can do simple TA, or at least just simple representations that say, well, anytime the VIX hits 60, we generally do form at very minimum a local bottom. So with the VIX already hitting 60, it just kind of can tie into either giving far on confluence, who is long that, yeah, markets have probably bottomed, we're probably going to keep going up, and VIX is probably going to go down now with volatility at extremes. You'd expect that. With my bias of bear, I'm just looking at this as a new range, and this is a very big range, and it's still 60 resistance and 32 support. But I won't discredit the fact that we have hit 60. When we did hit 60, we did talk about this being like a big zone for markets generally. So, I mean, that's kind of all I'm viewing. I think the VIX can go down a little bit more, but you're just gauging the 9, so like 36.70 to hold. Yeah, nice back test on the weekly. So this weekly view kind of tells you, well, if things are going to get real bad, we would have really wanted this to act like a spring. It didn't. Fine. So then you'd be expecting next week to do that, meaning we are going to dump again. We're going to hit 32 to 33. That needs to act as a spring, and we engulf this entire candle. So overall, there's some pretty important stuff today and next week cooking that tell me that, we're either going to, as a bear, be terribly wrong here soon, or we're going to be extremely, extremely right here soon. And I like those extremes. There's no medium. It's either extremely wrong or extremely right, and I'm okay with that. Meaning extremely wrong being that this was a bottom. We already have seen it. We're going to slow grind up now. The VIX hit the 60s, and last time we hit the 60s was right around here. Nope, it was right around here because I was in Texas with farm. It was right here. And once it hit the 60s, we talked about this on stream. Same thing I'm saying now. Hits a 60, generally bottoms. And then we did just slow bleed and die on the VIX for a while. So if you're bullish, you're kind of just gauging that, in my opinion. And if you're a bear, you're kind of just gauging this is the new range. We've already got the retests, so now we're good to go up again. It's tricky. And that's why I wouldn't recommend betting the house on the VIX. Farn doesn't like doing TA on the VIX. Very questionable if it even works, but with what I can see, it is still looking very bullish. And I do actually believe we have some silver crosses that are populating. Double check that. Because last time I looked, I think we had a weekly silver cross. What am I looking at? Oh, right. Yeah. So we want the... yeah. So... no. Right? Yeah, no. It didn't uncross, though. So you do technically have one, technically speaking. It just never uncrossed here. It's what I was looking at. What about the monthly? Oh, yeah, the monthly. That's what it was. It was the monthly. Sorry. So the monthly is very close to silver crossing, which is interesting because, well, I mean, for what it's worth, this was the last monthly silver cross. Once that crossed, we did end up going down 36%. You can count it from here if you want to be real conservative. So it's 26%. Not bad. Okay. And then, was this one? Yeah, I guess it was to the upside. Okay, so then that one went up a good amount, actually. This was when we were, no, I was 19 here. So no, 232%. Okay, interesting. Is that it? Like, do we do this a lot? Is this not anything important? There's another one here, downside, up, upside. Okay. So, I mean, I guess, it does kind of do it a lot. And you would expect that if you're making 60% moves, you would kind of gauge that. So maybe the 2-month then might be a better one. God, it's so hard to find this sometimes. It is, though. It is in Silver Cross. Yeah. So the 2-month has one. Oh, that's kind of nice. Candle disappeared. I don't know how I did that. What the heck? It's now here. Okay, well, I'll observe here. Okay.
What?
We have the 9. Yeah, it's Silver Cross, and it actually did it here. Oh God, it's not going to show me the date now. I guess in March.
Do you have a Mac?
January. Yeah, so I'll just do this.
Command Z.
There we go. Command Z.
over and over again takes you back.
Oh, okay. Look at you. I didn't know that. Damn. All right.
Being
All right.
old fucking pays off every now and then.
Yeah, look at that. So my point being, though, that the 2-month that was kind of nice. Though honestly, I don't know how I made the candle go there, and I could observe the moving averages. But we do have a 2-month silver cross. That to me, I'm going to hold a little more weight than the monthly, because what we've seen is the monthly kind of does happen a lot. I mean, the 2-month similar, but these are more straight to business, in my opinion. Like these 2 months are like when you can get 2 monthly silver crosses in one. Like this 2-month crossed, boom, look at that, straight to business, 2-month 9 held. And then we see here 2-month crossed, boom, straight to business, monthly held, or EMA 9 held. And yeah, so ideally VIX is looking bullish. It's bullish. It is up to, it is very bullish in my opinion. You just now need to be cognizant of, well, is this just going to be what always happens when we hit 60 and we just kind of die now and fall back into this range and go like this for a long time and risk on goes up? Or is this really truly a different time in markets? We're going to just shallowly go right here, bounce, and then actually break 60, something we've really never seen on VIX before. So like that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like either going to be like, yes, you guys are logical longing. I'm going to get stopped, and markets have probably bottomed at least locally. Just dropped my phone, no big deal. And we're probably just going to go up from here. Or we are really actually about to see some shit we've never seen before, and that will correlate to VIX probably hitting 85s, and probably the Dow Jones losing the S&P 200 and Bitcoin going all the way down to 59,000. So it's pretty important, I will say, this next week on stocks. Like it's going to either be like a really, really awesome week, or it's really going to be a week of pain. So the way the VIX is, technically this should start coming down. Even if it's bullish, even if it looks bullish, technically we've hit 60 every single time marks some major top on the VIX every single time. I mean, I think I can say that, right? Yeah, 60, boom, major top. This did hit 80. So my point is we could probably start going past 100 on VIX. But generally it's like you don't close above 80 in my opinion. Let's see that. So yeah, no, hit it, wick down under 60, hit it, wick down. Okay. And then that was it. So, it's like if you start really closing above 85s, that'll be confirming to you that, yeah, this is really different now. But as logic says, and you can do this yourself, anytime the VIX does hit 60, go to the NASDAQ, Dow Jones, even Bitcoin, and see what has happened. And what you'll notice is every single time this has hit the 60s or the extremes, wicks to 80s, you generally do get major bottoms. So if you're going to play into or bullish, this is confirming that. And if you're going to play into, no, we're absolutely cooked, markets are done, and we're going to see some like black swan price action, then you would be expecting that to break 80 and close above it. Closes above 85, that'll be the first time that has ever happened, specifically on like a monthly. And well, then I don't know what to say on that. So that would be quite bad. And with the VIX, you can go up quite high on this. I don't know how high exactly. Let's see. But look at that even. Jeez. Anything? I mean, the point being like, yeah, you're just at the extremes on every single time frame on the HPDR and the VIX. So my point, it's confirming my point that this logically should be done going up. And if it keeps going up, then something really is breaking in the stock market. So that's it. That's all I have. We're basically at the point now where VIX looks extremely good, but we very well could just start going down. Markets could start going up. But if that does truly start just breaking out from the 60s to the 80s and closing even dailies above 85, that's where I'm going to bend. That's where I'm going to really start saying, okay, is the Dow Jones under the weekly SMA 200? Okay, that is. Okay, I'm now not investing in anything. Trump is breaking markets, and this is telling me that he's going too far in whatever he's doing. But until then, everything looks still very to the book and very, very clean. It's very clean trading. There's nothing yet where I'm like, damn, like this is really concerning me now. Even no, it's like this is very to the book, and you're noticing stocks even bottomed right around that weekly SMA 200. So it's like you either are betting America, everything is straight to business and we're going to keep going up from here, or that we are truly going to enter some kind of '08 time, 2008 time, bad time. So I don't know, but I was 7 asking my mom for Happy Meals then. So yeah.
It seems like on the 2-week volatility on the VIX right here, 2008. Well, 2007, 2008. Then you had 2020 on red. And right now you're ripping after all these years.
Yeah.
Since then, and you're right here. I mean,
It hasn't even hit the extremes yet. Sorry for
no,
interrupting.
it's only at 91%. So I'd say this is a little further evidence that everything is mega fucking cooked.
Could be, like it really could be. And what you'll notice on each one of those 8, 2001, 08, 2020 is like, yeah, it did hit extremes. It did hit the 60s and then it went down. This didn't do that yet. And it's not really aggressively going down either. I mean, we'll have to see how next week treats us, how the monthly closes, but the VIX can hit extremes and this can definitely go up more. And that would correlate to like an 85, 90 VIX, in my opinion.
2020, 2007, 2008.
Oh,
and
close,
ever since, yeah, I mean, 97% will be, yeah.
We're about to get a key closure on Bitcoin on the 6 hour. If we can get over that 100, it's going to be something different.
Let's see.
How lovely.
1 second. Not on the monthly. You said on the 6 hour?
6 hour. Yeah. You're
looking at these fucking weird time frames, dude.
EMA 100.
24 minutes.
Yeah, I see it.
24 minutes.
Come on, Bears. No, it's looking.
I like the 6 hour because it's the forward division of the daily.
It's right here. We just can't get past really the 83, 550, 553. And I'm being bull curious right now. Bear curious. Because I was bull curious before. I closed my bull curiousness and now I'm bear curious. So I need this shit to be stopped, Alex. Stop it. Call the CEO of Bitcoin. Someone get me the CEO of Bitcoin on the line.
Hey guys, it's Scott here. Lots of tailwinds today on the market. Do you want to call the CEO of Bitcoin? Alejandro, have you looked at the price of Solana not moving up? It's kind of weird, no, with Bitcoin pumping.
Thanks for bringing that up, Scott. Actually, that's a great point.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, every now and then I do make great points, but every now and then. Bye.
I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, you mofos are absolutely done. No. I'm sorry. The candle kept going up. You mofos are absolutely done. Enjoy your Friday, which is Friday, Farhan. What an incredible day for you.
Nice, beautiful.
By the way,
the sound of that.
I had the inverse of you, where I thought, I can't remember what Monday, but it wasn't that long ago, and it was Monday, and I said, well, no, today is Friday. And Belen goes, it's Monday. And the whole week felt so long and terrible. Yeah, this is the opposite of that. You thought today was Monday and it's Friday. Good for you.
That makes me feel good. I'm going to spend the next couple of hours just smiling.
I'm going to add to my cheeky short. Let me see how cheeky it is. Let's see. No!
My cheeky long is green.
Very negative.
There's the break.
This is where I'm going to do it. There you go.
So you either take people out like me, but I'm just honestly sounding insane. I'm sitting on my hands now. This is just it. I have to wait on the daily. And yeah, now it's clown world. So no, but it's fine. This is why we have stops. So it's like you're either going to, close the daily strong above the 21 now. And like I said, you can long the back test, long the 12-hour 9, wait for 88s. Or we, reject here now, but it's not really looking that good, especially with the head and shoulders that just got invalidated. You get that measured move now up, and then the inverse head and shoulders that we identified possibly could play out now. So fun times.
I'm upset I only used a 20x instead of a 30x.
You fucking degenerate. You want to see me get eliminated in real time? Is he gonna do it right now?
Let's see. Good job, Farn. See, this is
It's
good
so
though, because
close.
we truly do have our own systems. Like people
Well,
think we
yeah.
copy each other. We don't actually. We rarely, honestly, do.
Here, let me make it less dramatic more dramatic for everyone. My wife enjoyed this. I put this on the TV downstairs, and I told her, when the line gets here, we make money, right? And she was like, "That's awesome." And then the line kept going. She's like, "Why do you sell?" I'm like,
And
"Because I thought that
it's
was
only
it."
because you had it on the TV and you were showing someone. That's the only reason why. It had to fuck you because you had an audience.
Oh, uh, oh. It's so fucky. Come on, hold it, hold it, hold.
It's teasing you. It's doing the thing where it dangles its
No,
sack right above, but doesn't quite teabag you.
stop. Okay, good. Stop.
He says
No.
stop.
Stop. It's not
Hey,
gonna
that
stop.
blow
It's
on
gonna.
it.
I
Oh,
Don't blow
it's
on it.
it was good stop loss placement though. 83.3 was it. It's like you break that, we're squeezing up, and it's just like fuck it, whatever. I'll wait then.
damn.
Barnes
It fucked me
bricked.
good.
Barnes bricked. Look at that. Look at that 6 hour. That's crazy. That's a good
God
looking 6
damn.
hour. Like fuck.
It's a quite beautiful 6 hour.
Yeah.
Man, all the money I made last night and today got fucking deleted with this one. Well, you live and you learn.
Well, let's go enjoy Friday now, Alejandro. Let's do that.
Oh,
Farms.
so
I am not
check out the
positioned
3 hour.
whatsoever.
Check out the 3 hour. It's over the 200 now.
Hang on, 3 hour. Oh wow.
Oh, wow. You're right. It's even over the 200 SMA, which is right at the resistance line right here, which probably will now be support.
Mm-hmm.
I,
GG boys. Yeah, I'll it's fine though. Like if you guys stopped, it is what it is. That's markets.
Yeah,
You're gonna be wrong more than you're
course.
right. It's just more about being wrong at the right spot. 83.3 for me was the spot where it's like, yeah, I'm wrong. And I can publicly post this trade and add to it because I'm wrong if we hit that, because we're probably gonna squeeze up. And that is what occurred. So now we're just going to watch the daily. I'm going to sit on my hands. And if the daily reclaims the 21, good chance we're probably going to start moving up to at least 84s, which we're almost there now. Crazy. Reclaim 84s opens up 87 to 88K. There, if we do get 88K, I'm going to be looking at that as a generational short opportunity, because there lies the daily EMA 100. And if we are truly in a bear market and we are truly bearish, that should hold as resistance. So that's it. I guess Monday, Alex, I should have kept that same energy from Monday to now, because it just kind of chopped me out this week front running that idea. And I should have just been like, now we're going to go to 88s and that's fine. But it's fine. That's how trading is. You have to adapt or die to the data. And, I'm still on the camp. We still could go red today, but it's definitely not at all looking like that's the case at all. So, yeah, that's it.
God
GG.
damn. All righty, boys. Enjoy. Thank you so much. Thank you for
All right, peace out,
everything.
boys.
Have a good one.
Hasta luego and buenas tardes, muchachos. It's all
Bueno,
downhill from here.
exactly. Thank you. And it's just Friday. Y así es como el tío Salo fue absolutamente eliminado y ahora se va a dar la vuelta el hijo de puta. Date la vuelta para que te patee los huevos, por el amor de Dios. Voy a ver el VIX. Voy a olvidarme de estos problemas. Voy a ver el VIX y ver lo que está pasando por acá, porque es justamente lo que nos pidieron. Así que ahí te va mi queridísima Esther. Voy a quitar el HPDR, que es completamente estúpido en un índice de volatilidad. Medirlo con algo que tenga sentido. Ok, lo que estamos viendo es completamente alcista. Lo que estaba poniendo yo enfrente de los ojos de todos es en la mensual, cuando volteamos a ver volatilidad, pueden ver que muy pocas veces hemos tenido un setup de este estilo, donde la volatilidad se apunta con todo y con fuerza para arriba. Esto, 2020, esto, 2008, esto es 2007. Para que tengan una idea, esto, el 2000, el boom de las .com. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo ahorita, y pueden ver que no hay tantas ocasiones donde se repita, aquí todavía no se para el movimiento y continúa apuntando para arriba. ¿Qué nos dice? Recuerden que el índice de volatilidad, mientras más alto esté, más va a bajar el mercado o más baja el mercado. Y básicamente hemos estado en una tendencia alcista bastante fuerte desde acá, en junio del 2024. Desde acá la levantamos, en realidad desde acá, si nos ponemos algo mamones. Un segundo. En realidad desde acá, porque no nos llevamos este mínimo, o sea, no lo llevamos. Va para arriba, pero no nos lo llevamos. Y acá tienes el otro. Entonces puedes ver más o menos un ángulo por acá, donde potentemente está, no potente, un pequeño ángulo donde está demostrando que está en una tendencia mini alcista. Es como XRP, pero otra vez. Ahora, esto no hay cómo hacerle TA. Estás por encima de todos los promedios, los pueden ver por acá abajo. Y esta es la mensual. Y estás agarrándote el promedio del 9 y lo traes aquí atrás. Vas a tener, tienes un cruce plateado también. Y es, no sé qué tanto podamos analizar eso, pero pues, güey, la explosión para la alza y además la volatilidad confirma que estamos ante algo muy extraño que está pasando en estos mercados. Yo pondría bastante atención a esto y no me dejaría, ¿cómo se dice? No me dejaría llevar por solamente esto. Se ve y tiene cara que nos está diciendo que viene un evento gigantesco financieramente hablando, al igual que todas las tablas en realidad. Pero de nuevo, no hay tanto más que sacarle por acá de jugo. Siempre y cuando estemos por encima del área de las 35 que 15, 36, 15, es básicamente lo que estamos buscando si somos bajistas en el mercado. Si somos alcistas, queremos perder esta zona. Y eso que nos lleve de vuelta acá y acá perder esta zona una vez más y que nos dé igual. Eso sería como al final de todo lo que vaya a pasar, lo que veremos, porque pueden ver acá que no instantáneamente cayó. Se quedó haciendo eso justamente. Entonces, todavía no estamos cerca de nada así, todavía no acaba lo que estamos viendo, no sabemos qué sea, pero todavía no acaba definitivamente. Y con eso los voy a dejar. Les voy a mandar un fuerte abrazo a todos ustedes, diviértanse mucho. Para toda la gente que me ha estado preguntando si voy a hacer más, nadie me preguntó y no sé qué, yo creo que sí, honestamente. Nada más simplemente he estado muy contento no haciendo nada. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, pórtense muy mal, los veo, no, este fin de semana, pórtense mal, es fin de semana, güey, el lunes pórtense bien, el miércoles pórtense bien, pero hoy es fin de semana. Disfruten, pórtese bien y nos vemos pronto. Gracias por todo.